minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Come on in. As we get fired up for another day, we're all hopping around here, getting fired up for the old weekend. If you're listening live, it's a Friday edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. RBU is recorded and it is ready to publish Saturday morning. Make sure that you've got your notifications set. We talk nutrition. And it is quite the talk. You don't want to miss it. Rick and Bubba University, just search the podcast. If you do not have that subscribe to, you need to make sure that you do. There's also video portions available, and that's through YouTube. And all those links are at rickandbubba.com. Just click right there and look on the right side of the homepage. All the social links are there. Give us a follow and make sure that you're in the know. Everything Rick and Bubba. All right. Look over there, fired up, ready to go. It's Greg Burgess and Michael Helms, and right in there, it's one Eddie Van Adler. What's up, everybody? How are y'all?
Hello, hello.
What are y'all doing?
I'm just hanging out.
Just hanging out.
Getting
ready to go. I see you got your game day shirt on, Greg. It's game day.
Once you don't want to mojo once you start something.
I know.
Is that the same shirt or a different one?
No, I got two. I rotate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you do it? Is there a specific reason that you rotate?
No. Just whatever hits me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever pants are available.
Greg's son coaches at Thompson High School in Alabama, for those of you around the country. It's in the Birmingham Metro. And so game day tonight.
Added twists.
What you
Rick
got?
and I are on the pregame show as guest pickers. They do a pregame online show. I think it's Facebook Live, and then I think it's on maybe warriornation.com. But anyway, so we're going to be going and do that before the game. Then we're going to check out the game.
I was entertained, I guess it was yesterday, just reminding Big Brother about it. You know, hey, now don't forget.
Don't forget.
And that's tonight. So y'all go have fun.
Yeah, we will.
As y'all get up and maybe you're checking out Game Day on ESPN or something, and it's going to be in Athens for Kentucky, Georgia, around 10 a.m. if you're in the Birmingham Metro, I'll be at Hamburger Heaven. You know, they're known for their hamburgers.
HBH.
My gracious alive. It's on Highway 280, and America's Thrift Stores is having a donation drive. And for every donation, you get a free burger, and you're entered to win 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl.
How many burgers you going to eat?
Oh, man, that's so good. You know, you really have to control yourself because you're like, man, this is so good.
Well,
and if you're there for a couple hours, you know what, you're grazing, and you look up and you've eaten a couple. But I'll have to watch myself on that.
Go ahead.
But I'll be with our flagship station, the new 104.7 WZZK, and so be looking for that. If
so
you're
the
out and
Blazers
about in that area.
Must be on the road.
The Blazers are at USM.
So you don't have to be the stadium man.
That's right.
This weekend.
It's the Battle of I-59.
That's right.
USM is playing host to the UAB Blazers. Lot out there tonight. We'll have to sound the alarm for Beth Mowens, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell you.
Wouldn't.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you it's the game's tonight. And that's all I'll say. And there, because there's a number.
College Friday.
There's a number of games tonight. Matter of fact, wow, Clemson plays tonight.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Syracuse, I think.
What are they playing on Friday?
Hey,
for?
Listen, Syracuse is there. I mean,
They're
they have they struggle with Syracuse for some reason.
They look up and they're in a battle.
I know every time.
Struggling with everybody this year, but
yeah.
Why are they playing on Friday? Why?
I don't know, Greg. I'm so sorry, buddy. I don't know.
Where's it at?
It's on ESPN. It's at Syracuse.
Oh, and that a weird dome.
The Carrier Dome.
I'm sorry.
I like that little place.
It's this small domes kind of freak me out a little.
You couldn't care less. I mean, I won't even look over there. And it's on the big.
Upset alert.
Yeah. As you get your day going, you got Auburn and Arkansas at 11 a.m. Central. That's on CBS.
Interesting. I guess will Aaron Murray do that game too?
Friday nights are for high school. That's what they're for.
Gus Johnson. Oh no, I'm sorry. Noah Eagle.
His daddy.
Noah Eagle. Aaron Murray. Yes.
And Rick Neuheisel.
Yeah, that's it.
So he going.
So Auburn fans have to deal with him for 2 weeks in a row because I don't think they were very happy last week. And Georgia fans weren't happy either because he went the other way and tried to show his unbias.
Right.
By
what
saying
time is the Auburn game?
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
And these are central times here for those of you in different time zones. Oklahoma State and Texas. That's on Fox, and that's going to have, and Greg, you really want to know where Gus Johnson's going to be.
Yeah.
And Joe Klatt.
I'll watch
and,
that
Gus
just
Johnson.
for Gus and Joel.
I don't dislike Gus. I just think he overreacts. I mean, it's the first quarter, and they'll make a play, and you'll think the time was running out, and they got it in right before the
Your
clock.
3rd and 7 call is really good.
Yeah.
Just in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Catch!
First down.
But I do love his excitement. At the same time, a lot to choose from here. We got Florida at LSU. You know, on paper that looks really good, but
guys,
I don't know.
LSU's not any good.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
there it is. They're not very good.
There it is. And that's on ESPN. Then the 2:30 game is Kentucky at Georgia on CBS. And
who would have ever thought when we started this season that Kentucky and Georgia, not taking anything away from Georgia, obviously, but that's the CBS 2:30 game, Kentucky and Georgia.
Yeah, I know.
Think about it. You got Auburn,
Georgia.
Arkansas. You said Florida, LSU.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's another one on there somewhere that you could have inserted instead of this one at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Kentucky undefeated.
They are.
Yeah.
They got a good little club.
They're not going to be able to.
Number 11 versus number 1.
Well, there you
Brad
go.
Nessler and Gary Daniels going to be on that call.
All right.
And then Alabama at Mississippi State at 6 p.m. on ESPN.
Let me ask
Joe
you something.
Tessitore and Greg McElroy.
Here come
will
the
be on that
dogs.
call.
Go back to that game. What's more surprising to you, that Georgia is number 1 at this point, or Kentucky is 11 at this point? What is more surprising? If I
Kentucky
would have said
11.
is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I could see Georgia at 1.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But
Georgia's
if you
been
think
top
back,
5.
it's been a minute.
Yeah,
It
it has
has.
been. It has
It
been.
has.
It ain't like it's something that happens a lot.
Mhm. And then Ole Miss at Tennessee. Lane Kiffin goes to Knoxville.
Look, I got news for you. Heupel's getting Tennessee, and they're not
He
going
is.
to
Greg, don't
compete
do
for
this.
any championship,
Hey,
but they're
hey,
looking
look
better.
at me,
Tap the
look at me.
brakes, friend.
Well, don't forget it. They had players leave. They had, considering what he's got, he's doing pretty good.
Greg, I got this for
Now,
you.
he's put on
Greg,
some weight since his
I
playing
got
days.
this for you.
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute.
I love
Now
it.
wait a minute.
I love it.
Now wait a minute. 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 Wait a minute.
Forgot about that.
I'm just saying they're playing better.
Right. No, I give you that.
He's starting to hit a few fairways. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's don't act like they're going to win the championship or anything. They may win the Poulan Weed
Yeah.
Eater Bowl
Yeah.
or something. But
And by the way, did you happen to see how the Dodgers and Giants ended last
did.
night?
On
the check swing?
I didn't live, but
On the check swing
yeah.
call? There wasn't a strike?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big, the number. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
21
to my
minutes past the
knees.
hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live, all the way live. A lot of things to talk about, discuss, looking into the weekend. If you're listening live or watching live, it's Friday. Welcome in. We know the Wheel of Meat's going to spin today. It has not spun at all this week, and so that's definitely going to happen today. RBU is ready to publish Saturday morning. We'll be talking nutrition, and you don't want to miss that. Our mindset, some of the myths, some things that work, some discussions on lifestyles and how to really make things work for you. And they discuss eggs, good or bad.
Oh, I like to know.
It's always controversial.
You never know.
No, exactly.
You ever get a good old boiled egg and put pepper on it?
Come on with it.
Eat it like this.
Come on with it. Terry ordered this boiled egg machine or something like that, where you put them all in there, and man, it makes the peeling of the boiled egg. It just slides off, comes off.
That's one of my
the sounds
favorite
of that.
parts is peeling it.
Yeah.
Y'all like to peel it,
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but man, if you don't do it right, it just
know.
half the dang egg
Yeah.
comes off.
I
You
know.
know?
No. Or you leave little
On the
giblets
shell.
of the shell.
Yeah, you don't want.
You
that.
like to eat the shell.
What if I did?
Yeah.
Huh?
You eat potato skin.
Yeah. So anyway, so
Exact same
that's
thing.
there. If you subscribe to Rick and Bubba University, enjoy that. If not, you need to and check it out. I brought up the Dodgers and the Giants last night, so the field is set. I think, is it tonight? I think
Yeah.
the Astros and
They
the Red
do.
Sox play
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah.
So that's there for you.
I think the Braves played tonight too.
No, not tonight.
Do they not?
No, because the Giants just finished last night.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right.
So
Saturday.
Yeah. So
I
I
think
didn't mean to look at you that way.
No.
but-
You're right. I don't know why I thought that. For some reason, I had to sit on Saturday already.
But it ended last night with a check swing, call strike three. I
heard that.
and I'm not saying that the Giants would have won,
Yeah, I know.
but it would have extended the inning or at least that at bat, and it was not a strike. And they said he went around and he didn't.
You don't think he did?
No. Now, if you look at it from the side, and Adler's got the call here, he did not go
no.
around.
And-
He did not go around.
And I'll say this too: most of the time, and I never
can't
get it.
challenge it?
Hey, no,
No.
you can't. And I never get it right. And I'm always amazed at how they can see it. They usually get this call correct,
Yeah.
and I'm usually going, he didn't go.
Right.
And then they show the replay, and I'm like, well, I was wrong. He got
Yeah.
that right.
Yeah. He
But
definitely didn't clear
definitely
the plate.
missed.
Yeah.
Definitely missed it last night.
Right. And that's how it ended. And it was a very socially awkward moment.
was. It
Because the game was being played in San Francisco, and he did not go around. So you hate that for him. But, again, it's not like the bases were loaded and, that was a 3-2 count and he would have walked. And there were still some things that had to be done. I think there was a runner at first and stuff, but it would have extended that at bat. So
I don't understand why we can't review that.
know, you would think
why,
so.
You have a camera angle.
I don't. Yeah, that's exactly. It's not like you're not set up to review
Right.
that.
That would be
Yeah.
one of the things I think you would.
Me too. I agree.
Either
I agree.
foul or fair, and that.
a lot of disappointed people going out.
Well, and it was such a good ball game to end like that. 1-1 all the way through.
No,
you
I
had
just
several.
saw it.
Yeah,
that was.
you had
Yeah.
several crucial moments, and then just to kind of to your point, it was kind of just somber to go. So this is how it ended.
Yeah.
And many
Right.
believe whoever came out of this series is going to be your World Series champion. They both won. I think one of them won 107 games, one of them won 106, 213 games between the two. Clearly the two best teams in baseball, and one of them had to go home last night.
Yeah.
So for it to end like that, it was pretty
Yeah.
it stunk. Let's
And if
be
you're a
honest
Braves
about it.
fan, the game last night didn't start till 8-something Central, and that's 9-something Eastern. So these games are going to be late when played on the West Coast. But
If you're a
anyway.
Braves fan, I wonder who you wanted to play.
Well, I broke that down with JC last night because he is a huge Braves fan, and he said, "Well, I think we got a better chance with the Giants
Really?
than the Dodgers, but I'd like to see the big names of the Dodgers play the Braves." He said, but I really think we need to be playing the Giants.
See, I think the opposite,
Yeah.
but I have no backing behind
Yeah,
my argument. I
yeah.
just feel better about playing
Right.
the Dodgers than I did the Giants. And it may be because when Braden and I went to the Braves-Giants game,
Yeah.
the Giants put it on them pretty bad. That may
Yeah,
be all
could
it
be,
is.
could be.
But, yeah.
Huh. All right, so that's there for you. So the field is set, and if you like Major League Baseball, the playoffs continue And so we'll look into that.
So if you don't want to hear Beth Mowens tonight,
No.
Beth Mowen, you get to hear.
Mowens, you're right.
Is it Mowens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we make fun
that
so much.
S is, I know. It's tough.
But you have baseball, playoff baseball.
Yes, you are.
tonight.
Yes, you
So-
are. You got playoff baseball.
I'll
Also,
let her call that.
what are you telling me that William Shatner's trying to ruin his trip?
Well, he
with
was
Bezos?
sad after gazing back at the Earth and saw how beautiful it made him sad that we're destroying it.
Oh no! So is he going to start this climate change thing?
He's sad. And he was sad before, but he's really sad now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hate
So
that.
Dadgummit.
he took a look
Can't-
back at the old beautiful Earth, and then it just brought to him we're abusing it. And
What?
yeah, trying to find the story.
We're abusing it.
Here we go. He's
We're abusing a
overwhelmed.
lot of things on planet Earth.
He's
I know that.
overwhelmed.
Yeah.
He's crying about it, y'all, while he's talking. I wish I had better news, he said, and more entertainment and jokes to tell you. But I was moved to tears by what I saw.
Is this when he was on the Tonight Show?
I don't know. I come back filled and overwhelmed with sadness and empathy for this beautiful thing we call Earth. But
I wish he'd be a little
you know
more
what he said?
specific.
We're at a tipping point. We haven't got time to wait 30 years and argue about a few $1 billion. Bury your head in the sand. Another incident about global warming and the destruction of the planet is suicide for all of
Well,
us.
maybe.
Now, he got this from his trip up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 11 minutes he was up, came back down.
Yep.
Come on, see. I
That's
understand. It was
Well,
an emotional experience.
here's what I'll
but
say to William: you got probably 5 to 10 years left of your life. Do
You think
something
he's got
about
that
it.
long?
Do something about it. Start putting your money instead of going up and riding Blue Origin.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is and go start doing some things that'll actually help the environment. If that's what you are saying here, there's things you can do to help kickstart some things before you go on in.
Well,
Let's do that.
He's squalling about it. No, he's on with old Cuomo's brother. Is what that's who was interviewing.
Chris, okay.
Oh,
He
Bill.
was also on the Tonight Show apparently.
Well,
He actually admitted he wasn't an astronaut, Greg.
he's not. I mean, I just saw the video again. Them all floating around. Ain't nobody looks like an astronaut. In
He
there.
actually said he was more like a half
Yeah,
astronaut.
well, I agree with that.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
And he really. I thought that. Now that's pretty funny to say that, but I hope he's not. Well, he's already down that road. Never mind.
Did you see where former President Bill Clinton been admitted to a hospital
I
with
did see
a
that.
non-COVID infection?
I did see that.
What does that mean? So we got to put that in there that he's.
It's a non-COVID
He was.
infection.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
You
telling
know
you,
Bill.
I'm gonna say you
You
can
mention
speculate.
infections, you got a list.
You could speculate a lot there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
A
leave
lot
it
to
at.
play
I'm gonna
with.
Leave that right where
No
it's
pun
at.
intended.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to make sure that everybody knows it's non-COVID.
Yeah.
They say he's on the mend, in good spirits, and incredibly thankful for the doctors and
Says you
nurses.
can't keep a good man down. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
I'm not messing around. It's a urinary tract infection.
There it
Okay.
is.
Well, sure it is.
There it is.
So to speak.
How about those? Those are very unpleasant.
Never had one.
You haven't.
No.
No.
Wow.
I've had. It's common in women.
Yeah.
My daughters and Amanda have obviously dealt with it, but I've never had to deal with that. That I'm aware of, anyway.
No, just worked your way through it. Buddy.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big, the number. We welcome you in. Another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show has started. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We know the Wheel of Meat will spin today, so be standing by for that. We got a lot on the table today. We have looked at some of the college action that's going to be Saturday. We've talked about Major League Baseball and the Giants in San Francisco, the Giants and the Dodgers, and how it ended last night. And so now we know the Braves will play the Dodgers, and tonight the Red Sox and the Astros start. We'll sound the alarm on Beth Mowens. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I will tell you, pay attention. It is tonight. If you're listening live, it's Friday. And so that's there for you. We've looked around. William Shatner's trying to say that he's concerned about Earth after going up and looking down.
Yeah, he'd like to have better news.
And we're destroying Earth, so that kind of hurts a little bit. And we've also given an update. Bill Clinton apparently has a urinary tract infection and was treated at the hospital, doing well. But that was big news. The headline, though, is he doesn't have COVID. It's a non-COVID illness. We got to make sure we say that. Non-COVID illness. All right, so a number of different – how does y'all's weekend look? I know it's game day for you, Greg, and you and Big Brother are going to go be part of the Warriors pregame today. Yeah. That's exciting and fun for – I mean, just being able to sit there and watch a game together is fun.
We'll have
that's kind of cool, yeah. And I think a better opponent tonight too. So we'll see how that rolls out. How about you, my friend?
Well, I'll be leaving here in a little bit and go to the doctor.
Okay.
So that's never
Is this
fun.
is this a standard physical?
Check under the hood.
This is it. This is hey, let's pop that hood open, see what's under it, see what's going on. All the blood work. I'm getting an antibodies test too.
Okay.
The whole nine. And so we'll talk about my asthma a little bit.
What if they come back and say, what antibodies?
We'll talk. Well, if they do, then I'll probably get the vaccine.
And are you going to tell everybody why you're doing it early?
Well, I mean, we hadn't had a car. We hadn't had a car. We've only had one car for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And I've been going through this process of buying a new car, and it's turned out not be what I want it to be.
Yeah.
And so now we've even pushed it.
Thought you had something.
I did. Thought I could have something. And so it's supposed to arrive. It was supposed to arrive today.
Yeah.
Like that was the whole reason for having my doctor's appointment at this particular time. Then I have to, and I don't know if you know,
had a full day.
If you got one car and 3 kids, it's very difficult. And the wife works full time, so it's hard to
a lot of moving parts.
a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And so we've had to
a lot of Ubers,
like a lot of things that
That's what
you
you
know
can do.
we
Call
just
Uber.
had to say, hey kids, you can't do that this week.
Yeah.
Hey Maddie, I'm sorry, but you can't go to horse lesson this week. We can't get you out there. We just can't. Hey Braden, Thursdays, I know you normally do this. You can't. Sorry. Anyway, so hopefully that will be resolved by the 1st of next week, and a little more hiccup on that front yesterday. That was very frustrating. But anyway, so I've got moving parts. Amanda will be here this morning a little after 8. I'll run her to work, then I'll run to the doctor's appointment, and we'll get all that checked. And I haven't had a physical in 3 years, and so
brand new man.
The only time I've been to a doctor is when I had COVID. And just to do my back blocks. That's it. That's the only time I've walked in a doctor's office. So that'll be today. And look, my numbers are not going to be what they need to be. That's fine. I'll be honest about it.
But you know, they might be.
But I know
Jay Leno.
my blood pressure is always pretty good. And I'll tell you why I know this. My wife's is not. And so she's constantly, we have one of those blood pressure cuff things.
I never can get them to work right.
And so she's constantly checking her, and she always wants to make sure, let me look. She always gets frustrated with me because we can be going through the worst of things, and mine is still sitting there pretty good.
You're a blood
but I'll
pressure
tell you what
phenom.
I am struggling with, and that's going to be probably the cholesterol, and those type things will probably be a little higher. I know last time they were getting to some levels that he said, look, I'm not worried about it, but I feel like probably the next time you come in here, we may have to do some adjustments. But he said, but now I will say this, I've changed a lot of what I was doing since then too. So maybe it all evens out, but we'll see.
You're going to have to quit smoking.
I'm
right.
No.
Quit smoking and drinking.
And that's
when
not
you play that bocce
ball.
Bocce ball. There
I'm
you go.
more excited to see where I am antibody wise.
Yeah.
With COVID. That's really I'm excited.
Have you set
about
you up
that.
your portal?
And I've had that.
I knew you would.
Yeah, I've had that set up for years.
You'll get the results real quick with that.
Yeah. The other thing, and I don't even want to tell y'all this, okay? But so
You transitioning?
this is something. Greg,
Well, you said you didn't want to tell us.
because I know where y'all run with this. So when I've had my blocks and stuff for the
Side
back, my
effects.
epidural blocks,
Use a
I've always
pacifier.
had some arthritis issues
Blocks
that have been very evident
Right.
with what's going on, and so I have been told by several physicians that at some point you're probably going to deal with rheumatoid arthritis. And so, serious business.
Why did I laugh?
Well, that's why I didn't want to say this.
I mean, there's nothing funny about that.
And so here, let me tell you.
You hear me? I went,
at first, like,
So that's the thing. That's the reaction you guys have. Someone just simply said they may be struggling with something, and you laughed at them.
Right.
Okay, that was
right.
your first response. I
Well,
want y'all
it's
to know
just-
that.
But it's you. I mean,
So-
you're
You gotta
quirky
talk
little
about-
fella.
so
back
I have
blocks, I was worried
noticed.
about another problem.
I have noticed, and really over the last 3 or 4 months, just some different joint. It's
Oh,
not
no.
like pain.
It's just everything stiff.
It's
like not
it's a little stiff, not necessarily hurting,
like swollen.
but just maybe a little swollen, just weird feeling.
I
like
keep getting right here. This
Well,
is my finger from there to there on
in
just,
in my
I do. I'm
like
right in there. I
Does
don't
your
know
little
what-
finger hurt?
It does.
like when I
Just out of the blue.
like when I squeeze or what maybe from I don't know when I do that it's kind of it doesn't
Right here?
hurt.
Why
It's
would you do
tight.
that?
Well, just you stretch or whatever. But
I mean, when I do
That
that,
hurts. I mean,
when I
I'm
bend
not-
my
that doesn't
fingers
hurt.
back and try to hurt
who
myself.
bends? Anytime during the day, are you going to bend this
well,
back?
Greg, listen to
My
me.
point is, if it only hurts then, you're going to be good.
No,
It doesn't happen
Greg.
a lot.
What I'm saying is, it there's that stiff feeling.
Right.
So then you try to stretch it out. That's
You know
the
it-
reason for doing that. And it's just
I
a
got a
little
cure
stiff.
for that. Just
Are
don't do
your
that.
ankles swollen?
No,
We gotta
no
talk.
ankle issues.
Oh.
But that and then
Just your fingers.
And
Are
then
your
there's-
toenails yellow?
There's something going
Greg.
on. Listen. See, this is why I don't want to bring
I'm
it
just
up.
asking. I'm concerned.
There's something going on with swelling on the back of my knee.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
oh
When-
yeah.
When you look up rheumatoid arthritis, there's about 4 things
You done got
listed
that in your head.
I do. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And so, but
One of them is don't
hey,
do this.
Greg, a physician put it in my head.
That's
Dr.
true.
Farley
Okay.
know what he's dealing with today.
He doesn't.
Okay.
Well, it's actually not him.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing one of his associates.
Okay.
I know how they're going. You're going to say when I do this, it hurts. He's going, well, don't
I'm
do
not gonna
that.
say
He'll go,
that,
don't
Greg.
do that.
Well, quit trying to touch. Well, your fingers. Don't touch the top
Just
of your
don't do that.
wrist.
You're good.
What are
All
you
right,
doing?
next.
Greg, first of all, I didn't say that hurt when I did that.
Your fingers
I just said
don't go
it feels
that way.
stiff and tight, and the reason I'm
You know what else
doing
hurt?
that is because when I do this, it just feels stiff. I don't
You know, when I hyperextend my knee, it hurts.
so
It might be all that stuff you're doing with that. What is it? The tennis?
Yeah, it may be.
CrossFit
Bocce
stuff?
ball?
I may have tweaked my knee a little bit in
Yeah.
that. That may be what it is.
Yeah.
But I will say this: when you look up symptoms and those things of rheumatoid
Oh, it always
arthritis,
happens.
the back of the knee is one of those
You're
things
in
that
trouble,
they point
buddy.
out.
Oh.
So when I'm having stiff joint issues, and again, it's weird. It's not a hurt. I'm not hurting, but it just feels tight and weird and
Swollen is what it
swollen.
is. How's your ring
And
fitting on
so
your
it's
finger?
fine. I even
Oh,
tried that.
retaining water.
I tried that out last night.
Cut your salt
that's the
out.
first thing I thought of. But look,
Greg,
it's perfectly
stop it.
fine.
It's true.
Okay. Look at me when you're talking.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
I'm concerned.
So that I'm going to bring it up today. I'm just going to simply go, hey, there's some symptoms going on, not hurting, just stiff and kind of
You're basically
weird
gonna say, "Help me."
feeling. Is there something is this just part of aging? Is this something that I need to take something for? Because look.
Has the widow's peak got anything to do with it? Is it causing it?
Right. Is it because my car won't come in?
Yeah, is it that?
Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah.
I got a new dog.
Right.
I've probably got an ulcer because of that.
Right.
By the way, Coco bit me in the nose last night and
wow.
started bleeding.
There you go.
And I was
Sounds like you are getting along well.
made me mad. Made me mad. She was
Really?
just playing.
Maybe that's why you
know.
got swollen fingers.
No. We'll
You
see.
know when a dog bites you, it hurts.
It does. It
That's
really
not
does.
a sign of arthritis.
Especially with those baby teeth.
Oh, I know. They're
I
like
get
little
it.
needles.
They are.
Right. I get it.
She was playing, and I got caught up in it. and-
Well, are you gonna text me as soon as you're walking out and see what they say?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm anxious to see. I'm anxious to see how the process of this is. It going to flow pretty quickly?
You want me to tell you?
You're gonna sit and wait longer than you want.
So you're going to be on one floor.
And here I'll be the guy. I'll be the guy that has my laptop out doing some work. You know, I'll be that guy.
Hey,
Well, it's going to. It's
look,
going to.
don't pee right before because they're gonna want you to pee in that cup.
I know, Greg.
Hey,
I know.
they're it's going to be quicker than that. You
Okay.
Don't be in there with a laptop.
Well, I have to.
At one point,
About the time I'm doing, I'm gonna have to
Well,
be
let
changing.
me
some
do all
things.
that. I'll do that.
Well,
what?
don't you hate
you
when
can't right now.
when
That's
they-
because that monitor.
Hey, well, yeah.
what
why
about
won't
they give you
monitor
that
come
cup
on?
and the urine sample cup, and all of a sudden it's about full and you're not done, and you got to do that swap?
Yeah.
That's always
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
tell you-
pressure.
I'm
A
gonna
lot
tell
of
you how-
pressure
Why
involved.
just do it in the commode?
Can I just
You
tell you
do,
this?
but you got the cup, and then you got to move the cup, and then you try to spill it.
Hey, they're not going to have you pee.
I dropped the cap of the cup.
Okay.
I dropped the cap of the cup into the toilet the other day. When you screw the cap
Why-
off, I
why
dropped
are
it.
you
You get a
saying-
drug test?
Hey, why?
No, I was peeing. Physical, they check your urine.
Hey, why are you saying they're not going to have me do it?
Because I don't
but-
think they are.
Okay.
I don't
The
think they
urine
are.
is the window to all kinds of
I
things.
think that they're going to focus more on
You don't
blood
think
work,
he-
blood
Yeah.
pressure, and
He's
then
gonna have to pee.
they're going to get blood work done on you.
He's
Huh?
going to do urine too.
You think?
Absolutely,
No.
1,000%.
Oh,
So
wow.
don't
1,000?
pee. Yeah, don't pee before you go in there.
1,000%.
But you gotta be able to pee.
Is it because you got the game day shirt on? You think you know?
What if you get like stage fright? So you got to pay attention.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We don't, Greg, but every day we come back and try again. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, kickoff hour live. Come on in and hang out with us for a while. We're hanging out with you doing the kickoff hour. The guys join us right after top of the hour break. And this portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at goodrx.com/Bubba. You know, getting care you need to stay healthy, and we've been talking about that. Helmsy's got a physical today.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be hard.
Urine sample.
It shouldn't be hard or expensive, and we're going to break that urine sample stuff down. I think we'd all agree that everyone should be able to afford their medication. That's why we want you to check out goodrx.com/Bubba. Now, look, this is not insurance, but it's a free service that can instantly compare prices for your prescription at every pharmacy in your neighborhood and save you up to 80%. Think about that. That's 80%. It's free and it's easy to use, and many times it's often cheaper than using your insurance copay or even Medicare. So when you go to goodrx.com/Bubba, that's good, and then rx.com/Bubba, you can find discounts for your prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies at places like CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger, and more. This is the #1 most downloaded medical app out there, and millions of Americans are using it to help with affordable health care every single month. So join now. Save up to 80% on your prescriptions today by going to goodrx.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have talked about Major League Baseball last night, looked ahead to college football this weekend. We have talked about Helmsy getting a physical during the show today, so he's going to leave a little bit early. And that brought up discussions of when you go get a physical, what all does that include?
Well, I'm worried about y'all's medical.
Greg's bothered that we don't normally get a urinalysis.
Yeah.
Once a year.
And now I will tell you this.
It shows diabetes, kidney disease, liver disease. They look for all that.
But
yeah, but that can be done in
can
blood
that
work.
not show up
I
in
don't
blood
know.
work?
I'm just reading why it says why you.
Yeah.
So y'all have never set the cup in the little door.
No.
And closed it?
I haven't in
Never.
years.
Not with these. No, not
Y'all
with
must
these.
go to
Not with just like a physical.
What?
Here,
I
Greg,
mean, if I'm doing
Greg,
a drug test, yeah.
You probably
I
got
have
liver disease.
before.
Nobody knows it.
I have before, okay, but this was
common.
like years ago, and now I don't remember doing it 3 years ago in my last physical, and I'll be able to. And you just went, you didn't have to do it.
I just went the other day and I did.
Well, that's I mean,
Yeah.
But now now that I think back, when I was at the power company, we always had to get physical every year.
Yeah.
And they checked it, but they were also checking for, if
Yeah.
you're doing a drug screening, obviously.
Sure.
But,
Yeah, that's standard. But
I'm not doing
just for
that.
your physical
Yeah,
of
once a
blood
year.
work and all that, no. I mean, they check,
a year.
cholesterol, blood pressure,
Well,
and the
I hope
blood
you don't
work
know.
will tell them a lot about what's going on as far
I'd
as your
request
organ
one.
function.
do you think it has something to do with one of the things listed on there
I don't
in
know.
regards to you that they specifically
I know
point out?
when he was reading the stuff the other day, he covered all that. Liver, this, that. You can see all kinds of things.
And it could be that you do that today. I don't know. But apparently, Greg, the doctor he goes to, he does that.
I wonder if they do
Because
blood
check
work.
the other just from the blood too, like sugar. They check that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I got to go like every 6 months for that.
I wonder if the blood work, if it sets off something to go, okay, and now that we've done this, I need you to tinkle in a cup. But you're saying you do that
It's
first.
just once a year. I get
once
a
year.
physical once a year, and that's part of it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
That's all
know.
I'm saying.
That's interesting.
I am fully expecting blood work today because I have requested, getting all that checked.
I hope
Yeah.
you
But
pee before you go in there, and then
And I'm
don't
gonna,
think
hey,
it's going to happen.
I will say this: if I am in a bathroom with a cup in my hand, I will Marco Polo you two.
Thank
Okay,
you,
deal.
thank you.
Just, I don't
Yeah.
need
But just
quite
do the
view.
selfie.
Just the cup and in the
Yeah.
bathroom. That's
Yeah.
all I'll put on
Okay,
Marco
thank you,
Polo.
buddy. Unscreened phone calls, that's always an option. People are wanting to weigh in. Apparently, they know stuff about this, I guess. Or they want to talk about something we're not talking about, which it's unscreened phone calls. I'm going to 256. What's up? 256.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah,
Hey,
go
man.
ahead.
What about you?
Hey, I got a physical 2 weeks ago, and first
Ooh.
thing I did was a urine test.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they took blood. I had to do a hearing test. I had to do a lung function test.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Now, see, I did lung function. I did X-ray.
How do they do
Oh,
the
I even
lung
did
function?
an EKG.
How do they do the lung function? You got to blow in something?
Yeah, don't you have to blow in that
I don't
thing?
like that. You know, I have to do that with my asthma
They
stuff.
did EKG on me once a year, too.
I never take the meter where I need to take it because of asthma.
And I brought it up to the nurse. They put all those sticky things on you, a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And they have to clip them on there, and it takes not even 2 seconds, and they're done. That's a lot of
They
work.
get to shaving you any?
No, they rip the hair off.
Oh.
I got to do that today.
But I'm saying they do all that, and the minute they throw it, it don't last 2 seconds. They're taking it back off.
Let's go to 205. We're going to try to get as many as we can in, guys. We only got about 2 minutes left. What's up, 205?
That's his way of telling us to shut up.
No, I'm just saying let's go to the phones. 205.
Hey, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think all y'all need to go get a pee test because I think
Okay. I don't know what that is. Greg says meet us outside the studio.
Hey, and the worst part, stool sample. Ooh.
Let's go to 502. What's up?
They're going to do you that.
Yeah, just wanted to throw out there with William Shatner becoming so environmental. Has anybody looked at how much greenhouse gases his little 15-minute joyride generated for the environment?
Well, how dare you ask questions like that?
That's a good point.
Let's go to 251, unscreened phone
Billy
calls.
Shatner.
What's up?
Hey, good morning, man. I'm with Greg on the once a year, get your urinalysis and all of that, keep ahead of stuff. Hey, listen, Helms, you're going to have to put Coco down. She's got the taste of human blood now.
Good point.
Right. You don't want to kill her.
Yeah, give me that nose.
She may terrorize the neighborhood. Was that Coco talking?
It was.
Okay.
Let's go to another 502. What's up? Unscreened phone calls.
What's up, man? You talking about getting them blood tests and the pee test, your urine cups?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is Jay Rock, and I'll be leaving just a little piece of that Vermunda cheese right on top of the joint.
I can't. What do I don't know how to do it. Okay. All right. I can't see. By the way, we got to make these darker.
Yeah,
I couldn't understand what he was saying, to be honest with you.
Well,
I hope most.
I heard every word.
Yeah.
And we should have dumped it. But
Right.
anyway.
All right. We got to make these darker.
Oh, my God.
Really
We
gotta
do.
make
You
these
can't.
darker.
You can't
see
see
a
it
thing
anymore.
over there.
Yeah.
And
It's been there a while.
And you're just pointing like, I mean.
I didn't know what to do.
I mean,
I'll tell you what
what
you
is
did.
that? Huh?
Listen. That's what it was.
You're over going.
Well, I didn't understand what
I
he was
know,
saying.
me too.
I didn't say that game day. I didn't say that. Look, got my hands in my pocket, cup of coffee with my game day shirt on. I'm the man. All right, let's go. Well, I'm not taking another call then. I'm done. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Well, we'll see. Just give us an update.
Yeah, I will.
I know, unlike other staff members, you'll actually give one.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that, and we'll see how it goes.
So how long do I need to expect to be there today?
Hour and a half.
Well, it depends on
That's what
whether you
figured.
pee or
I figured
not.
it was a couple
Yeah.
hours. And that's why I'm doing this, because without a car and carpools and picking up wife at work, it's, goodness.
The doctor should see you, talk to you, blah, 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 and then send you to get your blood work done. You walk down the hall. And
is it on the same level, or you got to go downstairs?
It used to be downstairs, but it's better
Okay,
now.
good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. So it's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour has begun. We thank you for being with us. Now, the boys have already given you a kickoff hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Bubba and I will join the team, and we will continue. The wheel of meat will spin today. That will happen. We'll break down the games this weekend. Your phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We look forward to chatting with you and finding out what's on your mind as we do phone segments as well. So get ready to join the conversation right here. So let's bring him in here, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Boldly going where no other radio show has ever gone before.
Yeah, that's sometimes
in
sadly
a lot of ways,
true.
yeah.
Sometimes sadly true. Yeah. Welcome to another day in the jungle. Here we go. We are the people that you find, whatever you may need. If you got the money, honey, we got your disease.
Yeah, boy.
Pleasant lyrics there.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be dropped from the set list.
Yep. Probably be canceled.
Yeah, probably be canceled. So by the way, that's one of these things where I think I'm caught in. I'm afraid of my recall now. I no longer trust myself. You know, the thing where you had some confidence where you're probably right. I don't have that anymore. The odds are if I don't remember something right, it's probably on me. But did I not?
Yeah,
did we
I
not
have
do
to
the Rolling
double-check.
Stone story yesterday?
Brown
Yes.
sugar?
Is it still on
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
still on here.
Yes, we did.
One of the things on the
Rick,
headline.
I feel confident on that one. Yes,
I
we
should
did.
have. I was using yesterday's to
Okay.
edit, and I just left it on there.
Okay, well, they just terrified me.
It's just a cut and paste error. Rick.
Can I
We're good.
Speedy, do me a favor. Don't scare old people. when you do this kind of stuff, I mean, it makes me think, oh my gosh, I dreamed.
What's going on?
I dreamed that we talked about brown sugar being dropped from the set list, and my goodness, it's really today. Maybe I can see the future. Maybe I'm a prophet. So anyway, that I saw some people
I
responding.
need a heads up on a couple other things if you are seeing the future.
Well, let me know. There's some things I can see without being prophetic. It's just the way things go.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to call somebody.
Well, it's one of those things you go, if you add certain ingredients, I know what the dish is.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, we'll get into that today. Another weekend is upon us. The Wheel of Meat is going to spin for sure. So be paying attention and listening to that. Greg and I have an opportunity tonight. Greg and I are going to do a little high school football.
That's right, Rick.
Greg, come see the Warriors tonight.
Yep. We're going to be.
I know Greg is petrified they won't get by tonight.
Well, it's
this one.
It's. I'm telling you,
Greg. Every week.
No,
This is the week.
Yeah.
They got a good opponent tonight.
Good opponent tonight. Got a problematic
Oak Mountain's
quarterback.
got a good team. I think they got one loss.
Got to Hoover.
And it was close.
It was close. Mm-hmm. They've got a problematic quarterback.
But you and I are going to be on.
But Thompson has a lot of antidotes for that.
Well, I mean, it's football. Anything can happen. You better show up.
Yeah.
There you go.
We saw that last week in college.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Do you think anybody think that was possible?
But
we ain't seen it in high school with Thompson though.
Rick, and I'm thinking it's.
They're not going.
I got a 20.
It may be
Greg.
Facebook
It
Live.
says you're all
I
right.
think we're going to be on is our Warrior Nation.
Speedy can hold it for us.
Yeah, if you want to hear Greg and I break down the game with the Warriors, what is it, the Warriors broadcast team?
Yes, and it's WarriorNation.com, and I think Facebook Live, I believe, is what this shows.
Facebook
that we're
Live,
gonna be
baby.
on. They got it set up out front. We're like guest pickers, like thing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good.
So. They reached out, before the season. We said sure because we knew we'd be at a game anyway.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is going.
absolutely.
You picked a good one to come to.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to figure out which one I could go to, and I am going to this one, and I'm looking forward to being there. And thanks to Warrior Nation for inviting us to be on.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be fun.
Be good to see the family.
Yeah.
So who am I going to get to see as far as great uncle stuff tonight?
Rumor, and you never know that we may have an appearance by Ellis.
Oh, but
Ellis at the ball
if
game.
I could watch a little bit of that game with Ellis, that would make my night.
So
yeah. So maybe that'll happen. Yeah, well, and I hadn't seen him in a while though, so I have to bring something.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
But this is
win him over again.
Do you remember me saying, Bubba? Though the only person who has less responsibility than grandparents is great uncles.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can do anything.
I mean,
they can pull off all kind of things and disappear. Nobody ever says a word.
Yeah.
I tell you what. Let me ask you this: he didn't have a peanut allergy, does he?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Find out because I might bring peanut M&Ms.
Somewhat healthy.
Yeah,
treat.
it's a somewhat healthy snack.
We've been discussing those.
Because I don't want to be junk.
No, Rick, I want to be healthy.
But anyway,
early habits good.
That'll be fun tonight. Then I'm off to Starkville tomorrow.
Okay.
Off to Starkville tomorrow. Get to go down and see Big Love, do a little tailgating.
All right, so I got to know
That's a big game.
from you, will you be looking around for Dickie Nadmeyer? Because he
yes.
said he's not coming by to see
No,
you.
well, he won't come see me. Yeah.
But he might, you never know, he might get caught up in it and just walk around the junction trying to find you.
Well, sometimes in life, people who encourage you and like you are an indication you're on the right road.
Yeah.
And then sometimes when people despise you, it means you're on the right road.
Right.
The fact that Dickie Nadmeyer hates me, it's actually a confirmation I'm on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but I'll be looking because he'll be there.
Yeah,
He's already there.
Oh, yep.
He's
you
already
know
there.
it. You know
waiting.
that.
He's waiting.
already
right now.
All right. So if it's a 6 o'clock Central kick, like when will you be there? Are you going to be?
I will be there around 2:00 because Sherry and I are one of the host families because we have to set it up.
You can't believe that.
Well, there's 3 other couples, so I'm pretty good at acting like I'm helping.
Okay, just look busy.
Yeah.
Look
You
busy.
blend in.
Look busy, kids.
So Sherry and I'm actually in charge of the chicken fingers and the centerpiece. That was a big responsibility.
Watch out, Rick.
Of course, I turnkeyed it.
what
It's all
kinda-
been delivered to me.
What kind of centerpiece are you going with?
I have no idea. I just ordered it and they're bringing it. Yeah, so they're actually bringing it to the tailgate. Turnkey.
Okay.
Well, look, I found out about that. It's
Right.
a game changer.
All right, now, are you going to have pressure to walk in for the first quarter or two on this one? No. So
You'll
you're
never-
really going to leave?
I'll never walk toward the stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, I will be. I'll be at the tailgate, and then about 30 minutes before kickoff, if you'll breathe real deep, you'll smell rump.
Okay, and you're back by halftime and watch the second half on TV.
Correct. Yeah, that is no way does Big Papa go to a 6 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, that ain't happening. You go home and watch
No way, no how. Yeah.
Well, it's hard to drive when you're asleep.
Now, if Brooks decides to dress out and play, I'll go.
There you go. That's it.
Or if he's going to coach. But if he's not coaching or playing, I'm out.
There it is.
But it'll be a nice day of fellowship.
Sure.
You get to see a lot of folks. Really, the people of Starkville, even when we were with another team, and we would come there, some of the kindest, nicest people you ever met.
Salt of the earth.
16 minutes past the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
about half the weekend in Mississippi. Because after Starkville on Saturday, Sunday night, Petal, Mississippi. I'll be there for the Pine Belt Baptist Association. This service, because we've been doing so much with men's ministry, and the ladies are always saying, well, how come you don't ever come speak at something that we can come to? Well, you can come to this. Anybody can come to this Sunday night. This worship service, it's free, and you don't need a ticket. You just need to attend as we worship the one and only living God. So I'll be there, honored to be there speaking to that association. So men, women, and children that can behave in a service, all welcome to come. By the way, if your kid can't behave in a service, find somebody to keep him.
Yeah. I thought that was, a given.
Well, just the thing, when you're somebody up there trying to speak, when there's babies going wild, it's distracting. It's tough. Yeah. I mean, so I know sometimes you can't help it, but it's, have you ever had that moment where I'm talking about the person up there? I mean, we're done with the, hey, glad I'm here. Mm. I mean, they're deep into the scriptures. And, I mean, you're like sitting there and you're like, wow, my eyes are starting to sting a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my toes are hurting because he's stepping on them so hard. And all of a sudden, and you can tell he's trying to not be distracted by it, but it's real distracting.
Yeah, it is.
And if they do get upset, just walk them out.
That's it.
So that's fine.
That's the key.
Yeah. We've all had to do it.
Yeah.
Just what adults do.
Yeah, just walk them out. So Bubba, we were talking about this story here, and when it came out, every one of us was like, Bill Clinton hospitalized. And, of course, nowadays, anytime anybody goes in the hospital, the first thing they have to tell you is it's non-COVID related.
Sure. And that's fine. Bill Clinton, former president, 75 years old, said to be in good spirits, as he received a visit Thursday night from his wife, Hillary Clinton. He was admitted earlier in the week, so apparently he was there by himself. Mm-hmm. And now
it's not the first time that's happened.
Hillary has come in to visit. Rick, he is suffering from a UTI.
Oh, my.
And I don't wish bad health on anybody.
Of course not.
I didn't always agree with Bill Clinton's policies and his personal habits. But when I heard UTI, honestly, I chuckled. It was uncontrollable. It came off the spine for a minute because, let's face it, he was known for,
I'm just going to sit here and see what you say next.
Well, that
are you saying
he admitted he had a problem that would,
You okay over everybody? You want me to come in here and help? Or you want me to just keep sitting here?
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it.
What we're saying is, let's say
it was under a lot of stress, I guess, over the years.
Well, there you go.
Is that a good way?
It would be like somebody saying, I have a bad habit, and I'm addicted to stealing, and suddenly they were hospitalized by something wrong with their hand.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Right. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I do hope he gets better.
I have a real problem smelling people's hair. Say Joe Biden.
Right.
Say Joe Biden got hospitalized with a broken nose.
Right.
Or
exactly.
a sinus infection.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I got you. I was just kind of watching you try to pull it all together here this early in the show with something like that.
It was hard to bring it forward when you were rethinking about getting tickled for a moment.
Right.
Chuckle.
Well, and then when you look over,
not disrespectful, but it caught me off guard.
Well, plus in here,
and I said bad spine.
Yeah. In here, it also adds to it that all your buddies are looking at you, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah.
Because they're all just standing by, waiting to pounce.
Any slip on the ice, it's going to be a dog pile.
Yeah.
Sure. It's going to look like we just won the College World Series.
No, you're right. But hopefully is he okay?
Rick,
he's on the mend.
Said
non-COVID,
doing well.
Yeah, can I tell everybody because it's you.
Do you find it strange though?
Do y'all know this? I want everybody to know this. Did y'all know that hospitals are operating right now, and there's lots of people in there that don't have COVID?
Yeah, just like before.
Yeah, just like. I mean, there's still other things you get hospitalized.
Rick, including Bill Clinton.
Right,
I thought
very serious things.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was kind of strange.
More serious
that he had been admitted. They say earlier in the week. They don't say exactly what day.
Right.
The story I got, but Hillary is just now getting there last night.
Does that surprise you, really?
Yeah.
Well, it's just most families. The wife would have probably been there the whole time. Or husbands would have been there the whole time.
See, my wife would have done this the opposite way. She would have been there the first day, and then you wouldn't have seen her. She would have left.
Right. Then she would have left.
But once she gets me stabilized, I remember her telling me many times, well, you think the responsibilities that we both have, we still don't have them? I mean, if you're dying, I'll stay. But if you've just got a hospital stay, then I got to get back to getting the kids where they're supposed to be.
Right. The Clintons are mid-70s. What all they got going?
Right,
So
different,
pressing?
much different, much different.
Yeah,
No reason.
It's not like they got to go pick the kids up at school.
What you're saying is this is another glaring example that this, here come the quotes, marriage is all it's
more of an arrangement.
And we've seen this over and over again. Remember, only the Clintons. There are no other people on this planet. Only the Clintons can get away with living the way they've lived and still be considered champions for women.
And that's right.
It really is amazing.
I can't even wrap my mind around that. I mean, it's
yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's like
it's one of those things where you're.
It's unbelievable.
What to do?
It's like somehow
Champion for women.
like a devout Jewish rabbi, being the spokesperson for pork. I mean, it just doesn't.
For running a sausage farm.
It didn't.
Right.
I can't. There's no credibility here. I mean, I know you don't. But what gets me is not that they try to do it. I think what bothers me the most is that people allow it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They will place them in that position. No pun intended.
I do
You're
think
right.
just far as hanging out, we've talked about this before. Hanging out with a former president, Bill Clinton, would probably be the most fun to hang out with.
Right. I mean, I will say this. If you're not concerned about your eternity, Democrats are more fun to hang out with. As long as you're not concerned about
being held accountable.
being held accountable for the way you live.
Yeah.
But as far as just earthly, fleshly fun, they're quite the party crew.
I figure Bill Clinton would know the best places to go to eat, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, he'd take us on a tour of Arkansas. We'd never forget.
I bet he knows other places too. Well, he's in California on this trip.
Right. Well, you know what? He probably can tell us how to get to so and so's island.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't think we should go there though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
By the way, whatever happened to that? This island thing. I mean, what did we find?
As far as Bill Clinton?
Well, no, just we dropped a bunch of people there to investigate. And
I think once he got taken care of, which I think was their plan, it just went away.
Yeah.
Well,
because they're not even going to
his...
charge Prince Philip's not even going to get charged with something. I saw that the other day.
Yeah, but his sidekick's about to go on trial, so a lot of it will get kicked up.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We still have much to do, and we'll take your phone calls and chat with you, see what's on your mind. Are you a company, or do you work for a company that you'd say, you know what, I hear the Rick and Bubba Show talking about all these products and all these companies, and I would love to team up with these guys. I'd love to hear my product on that show. And I'd love to have an opportunity to put together a marketing plan with the show, either locally or nationally. Well, if you want to do something with us nationally, obviously SSI, Syndicated Solutions, Bob Carey, we've had him on the show before. And they can put together a great plan for you, and you can reach them by going to emailing directly Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. That's Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. You also can find them contact at rickandbubba.com there. You can get in touch with them and maybe start talking about us doing a marketing campaign, giving you access to all the different platforms and the influence that God has allowed us. If you want to do something locally, well, then you can just reach out to us individually, and we'll pass you along to the local sales manager in your market. So there's always opportunities, and if you are considering that, and we can help you in any way, or you can just contact them directly by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Thank you, buddy. Here we go.
The wheel of me keeps on turning.
Let's go ahead and light that baby up. Light it up. Light it up. Light it up.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
It's the will of meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Bubba, it is the wonderful will of meat. Its lights are illuminated as it begins to bring joy to all who see it. Bubba, I remember the day you walked in with that wheel. I'll never forget it.
I said, Rick, she's a big one, and for a little extra, we can put lights on it.
And you know what I said?
Go get it, big boy.
Go get it, big boy. And there it is. Now, when we light the wheel, we do take all the safety precautions.
That's right. We follow all the IEEE standards, international, national, state, local, and here at the Broadcast Plaza, the Hand of Truth is giving it the thumbs up, and the Christmas pig smiling from ear to ear.
Avengers pinball machine adds extra illumination there. Enjoy that as well. So the Will of Meat, obviously, its namesake is meat. So harryanddavid.com, they deliver delicious meats right to your door. You can go to harryanddavid.com on your own. You could get a $50 gift card off the Will of Meat today. 1-800-Flowers.com provides those beautiful bouquets of flowers. And you could win those today. Send those to whomever you desire. There's a Cord Buddy also on the wheel. We got Rick and Bubba prizes on the wheel. We got BuzzBox coffee. We got Blaze TV subscriptions. But, Bubba, also we have You Can't Have Nothing.
That's right. You can have some pitfalls there. A win is not guaranteed.
No, it's
we
not.
prefer it, but it's not guaranteed.
Moultrie's got a feeder package on there. And you could land on Pippet, be eaten by Jaws. That's not a win. And Henry the horse is there. You don't get a physical prize, but, boy, you get an emotional one.
Yeah, we enjoy that one.
So let's go to Jemison, Alabama.
Jemison.
I spend a lot of time in Jemison.
Yep.
At Jemison, Alabama, Casey is standing by. Speedy is on the wheel. Greg is on the drums. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go! Well, we got to go right out of the gate. All right, here we go.
He's fired up. He's worried about that game tonight.
He's
Rick.
worried about it, Bubba. All right, let's see what the Will of Meat produces for Jemison, Alabama, Chill County.
What will the wheel issue?
Oh, that right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Moultrie. View it. Well, you've hit on Moultrie right out of the gate.
All right.
I mean, you realize that in the state of Alabama, where you're calling from, bow season starts today.
Yeah, how about that?
So a feeder package, right? We're still on feeders. A feeder package for you, and this is a good one too. I mean, they're going to send you. This baby is a dandy. So let me put you on hold. We'll get you in touch with Moultrie. They'll send it to you if we need your information, and they'll ship it right to you, and you can enjoy it, buddy.
All right, thank you, guys.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling. So there's a winner right out of the gate. We got Moultrie, we take one step and there's a Moultrie. One spin Moultrie. One spin Moultrie.
And how just how fitting with bow season starting today.
So let's go to Colton in Birmingham, Alabama. Colton, how you doing? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Pretty good. How about y'all?
I'm good, man. Thanks for listening to ZZK. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Let it rip.
Oh, the changeup. A little early in the count.
Take a little something off. All right, here we go. Let's see what we can do.
At least you didn't get called out on a check swing.
Boy, what a day. What a day.
Okay.
Spatula. Flip it. Hey, the wheel let me tell you, the wheel is throwing off not just prizes, big prizes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, right out of the gate. Greg, that might need to go. Go. All right, so Colton, you've got a spatula. This is the most popular item to ever grace the Rick and Bubba store. So do you have a spatula yet?
I do not, but I do now.
You do
Yes,
now.
sir. You do.
Let me put you on hold, get some information, and the Rick and Bubba store send that right to you, okay? By the way, I'm going to stress again about the Rick and Bubba store. I know it sounds weird.
I know.
But I'm telling you, have you seen the supply line stuff?
Oh, yeah. It's a total disaster right now.
So if you're wanting to get these things and have no anxiety before Christmas, you really need to start making some decisions.
Yeah,
and
or just start printing out your "Hey, I'm sorry, it's on the way" cards.
And we've got some really cool stuff there in the store. Added a few new items recently, so go check that out. A lot of women really excited about this new blanket we're doing. Have you seen it? It's a night, and the women there at the Rick and Bubba store, they put what it is, the kind of blanket it is. I literally had somebody ask me when it says it right there on the item, the kind of blanket it is. What kind of blanket is this?
Right.
Well, it says it right there.
Oh yeah, sure.
And plus,
you're gonna have that.
And plus, I'm a dude. I don't know what kind of blanket it is. I just know. Yeah,
Hey, it's a blanket.
Let's go to Brittany. Speaking of ladies, out of Montgomery, Alabama, listening to I-92, WLWI. Brittany, how you doing?
I'm great. How are y'all?
We're doing great. So we're doing real good. I hope you got big plans this weekend.
I do.
All right. What do you say to Speedy? See if you can win a little something off the wheel.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Bubba.
Reverse.
Are you kidding me? A reverse spin right
Pushed it right over the top.
You know what that is? Bubba, can I tell you what that is? All right, let's see what happens.
For Brittany in Montgomery, home of WLWI.
Look at that. Flowers. Smell it. Well, Brittany, you got yourself a beautiful bouquet of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. So would you like to have 2 dozen multicolored roses, 2 dozen red roses, or some vibrant summer lilies?
Some vibrant summer lilies.
All right, we'll put you on hold, and 1-800-Flowers will send that right to you, okay?
Thank you.
I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned that hasn't been updated, and since it's no longer summer. But anyway,
Ricky still feels like it.
It really now, there ain't no doubt about that. By the way, tomorrow,
it's about to end.
Tomorrow,
yeah, it's going to be not
tomorrow,
as unseasonal.
Whoa!
It's
Go!
gonna feel good, Rick.
Where I live, a high of 68 does get a go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Guys, this weekend, I'll have so much energy.
It's gonna make tailgating a little more pleasurable.
Yeah, of course, I'll need it.
You will.
All right, let's go to Julie. Julie is in Selma listening to Alex FM. Hey, Julie, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Good. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Let it rip.
And the big spin.
Boy, look at that right there. Look at that right there. Oh! So here we go. Greg, what in the world?
Boy, he is fired up, isn't he?
It's Henry the horse. Henry the horse.
Get him in from the back. He's on the back 40, Rick.
Here comes Henry the horse. What does he have? What is that? What do you have there, Henry?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're doing good.
What is that, a whip you got?
No, I'm just headed down to the border with my super long reins. I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
Oh my god! Oh my! He's headed to the border with his super long reins. That is terrible. There you have it, Henry the horse dropping by. Everybody saying, "What a horse!" Yeah, Bubba say, "Come on, come on, come on, come on." One more.
One more.
One more.
Come on, we got one more.
Union City, Tennessee. As a matter of fact, Sherry is speaking at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee, coming up on November the 6th, I believe. So, Josh, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Bubba, look what he's doing. Don't say it. Not after the Bill Clinton update. Stay away. He's standing behind the wheel and he's spinning. All right, let's see what happens, okay?
So what would you call it?
Standing behind the wheel and spinning. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah. Flowers, 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 smell it. All right, Josh, the vibrant summer lilies are gone. So we're down to multicolored roses or 24 red roses.
The multicolored roses.
The multicolored roses for Josh in Union City, Tennessee. All right, going to put you on hold. Just tell us where you want those sent, and we'll get 1-800-Flowers to send it right out. Good job, Speedy. Nice job, Greg, on the drums. Henry the horse, good to hear from you.
He throws the sticks
with your
ends the set.
With your extra long range headed to the border. Sure nothing will happen. And congratulations to all of our winners today on the wonderful Wheel of Meat, exclusively on Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big.
I can't start another
All right, so
day without him, brother.
the trend continues with President Biden. You know, he's got a new tradition now. He doesn't take any questions of any kind, and I think they're very, very concerned. Look, get out there and read what we got written down for you. Don't take any questions. We've got some Biden rambles.
Oh, I bet they hold their breath the whole time he's out there.
Okay.
Let's go, God. Let's get him through it.
Does anybody know Basement Joe?
So we're going to start out with, sometimes you'll say something that you think, well, I didn't really think that through because, we're all upset about the supply chain problems and inflation that we're seeing at the grocery store everywhere and the price of meat and then everything's going up and people are saying it's not a supply situation as far as we don't have it. We can't get the supply to you, and there's all kinds of problems with that.
Well, this quote here, Rick, was actually made by Biden when Trump was president.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
Being critical of shortages on the shelf. So let's see what the good president thinks about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is Biden's quote when this was happening when Trump was president, and you have to go. Did he think this through, or whoever gave him this line? Did they think this through? Here's Biden in May of 2020 about supply and demand.
We don't have a food shortage problem. We have a leadership problem. We have plenty of food. It's being plowed under. You're euthanizing cattle and pigs. They're out there making sure that they're pouring thousands of gallons of milk under the ground. It's not a food shortage, it's a lack of leadership, And the leadership goes across the board. One of the reasons why those processing plants aren't open is because they're not safe for people to work in those plants. Number one, they're not safe. They're not getting the protective gear they need. Number two, one of the reasons why we're not getting material and food to people's tables is because there's no way to get it transported to there. We don't know how to manage what's going on. For example, imagine if we were to say to the country that tell all those milk producers that just send all that milk to the bottling plant. The federal government will pay for it, and the federal government will give it away to all of the folks who need it. We'll give it away to all those charitable organizations that are out there trying to feed people, try to give people what they need. Imagine if we were willing to take the time. I mean, we have the best agricultural system in the world. It's the leadership we can't afford to let people go wondering where they're going to get their next meal.
So he said, look, the problem was leadership.
I think I may agree with the president.
I wonder if 2021 with the exact same problem, if he thinks the same thing.
Well, that's what I think.
Have you seen those ships? I mean, you're sitting out there waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. It is. If you take Biden's words from May of 2020, do we now apply them to him and say, well, heck, I guess it's
leadership.
I guess it's leadership. I mean, I would. Now we're going to get to a current Biden quote, and I'm going to ask you, Bubba.
At it again.
I will ask all of you in here if y'all can make sense of this one.
And good luck.
And this is from Elk Grove Village in Illinois. See if you can figure out what the president is talking about.
The Ohio, Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. Oh. The Illinois president of Don Harmon, State Senator Laura Murphy, State Rep Martin Moylan, and we got great labor leaders here too. Tim, where's Tim?
Stand up,
there you go, Tim. Thank you. Thank you, pal. AFL-CIO State President. And Jeff Isaacson, United Brotherhood of Carpenters, and Don Finn, IBEW, and Robert Reiter, R-E-I-T-E-R, Chicago Federation of Labor. And folks,
guys,
that's how we beat COVID-19.
All right, what did he just say?
Yeah, guys.
Did y'all get anything?
I'm sorry, I got to listen to that again.
Rick,
I'm sorry.
Guys, he can't.
Did
he get any
that's
name
incredible.
right?
That's incredible.
Y'all, he spelled it out.
Wow.
Did anybody but me?
I heard IBEW. Local 391. I was a member for many years.
Did any of you share the terror that I shared about midway through that?
The president.
Guys, this is not your granddaddy that's
walked up and there's people here that he needs to remember. And that's not what this is. This is the President of the United States of America
that can't get the door shut on our southern border, and we've got 60,000+ more Haitians headed that way.
I blame his staff and the writers for that, because if because he did it the other day, he destroyed folks that were helping with the the distribution issues and
just
stuff.
Thank everybody that's here.
And he stumbled through their names. I would just say no more names.
Yeah,
you're just going to say thank everybody for your help. That's what I would do.
Well, watch what
or why not have a pitch man come up and read the names for you?
Something.
Watch what he does, because when he's struggling, he tries to personalize it even more. Mm-hmm. Tim, stand up, Tim. Hey, Tim.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, pal.
Yeah.
Hey, pal. He tries to personalize it so we think he can't. It's not that he can't grab it. He's just going to keep it light.
Yeah, he's an eyes closer, too, when he's really focusing.
I'm going to call by the first name because I really don't know their second name, but I'm like it's because we're so close.
It's almost like Ozzy Osbourne's a speechwriter.
Boy, that is great.
Right.
And listen,
just like
did you catch that he was spelling it for himself?
Yes,
Rick.
Yes,
At one point.
he's talking out loud.
Hey, he's talking.
Thinking out loud.
The Ohio, Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. The Illinois president of Don Harmon, State Senator Laura Murphy, State Rep Martin Moylan, and we got great labor leaders here too.
What?
Tim, where's Tim? There you go, Tim. Thank you. Thank you, pal.
Don't know what that
AFL-CIO State President. And Jeff Isaacson, United Brotherhood of Carpenters, and Don Finn, IBW, and Robert Reiter, R-E-I-T-E-R, Chicago Federation of Labor. And folks,
that's Ritter.
That's how we beat COVID-19 by
All right, we're going to...
Guys.
By the way, R-I-T-E-R
The
is
launch
Ritter.
codes. Remember when Nancy Pelosi was worried that Trump was going to launch a nuclear attack?
Yeah. How about that?
I'm worried he couldn't launch one.
Wow.
Probably a bigger threat than that.
Right.
We don't have time for it, but did y'all know that there's a this on social media? The new trend is hashtag Empty Shelves Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I bet. Where did he go?
And they show the empty shelves, and they're saying, but the shipping yard is full capacity.
Do you remember when Dan Quayle was vice president for Daddy Bush? He misspelled potato, and everybody made fun of him. And then when George Bush was in, they had the clips of his misspeaks, and they were funny. They were funny. But, I mean, it was about 9 or 10 of them. Biden has given us well over 100 of them, and we're only, 10 months into his presidency.
You can't understand what he's saying. He just bounces around and makes a lot of noise.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we spend the day together, we have much going on this weekend, and we kind of updated you on some of that. Last hour, the Wheel of Meat is already spun. If you weren't with us, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. As we start another hour, another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, as we are rapidly approaching our 100th episode. We are going to talk, and I think you'll enjoy this, just the whole bizarreness that Bubba and I actually spent a podcast talking health and nutrition and fitness. So you certainly don't want to hear from us, but we had two men sit down that this is what they do for a living, tried to ask about some of the nutrition myths. And, of course, as Bubba and I always tend to do, could you just nutshell this for us? And so you may benefit from that this weekend. I think you will. I think you'll enjoy that conversation, as only we could unpack such a topic. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasting again this weekend.
I think one of the more interesting parts of this, after we had recorded it, thinking back, was the discussion on fad diets that are and what they do and what they don't and how they can be harmful in a lot of ways. So, and it was, I like their more holistic approach to the whole thing. Now, of course, I didn't agree with everything they said. We had a little disagreement on peanut M&Ms.
Yeah, there was a slight disagreement on peanut M&Ms. I actually had a follow-up text from them after that was over, and they agreed with you on one item and did not agree with you on the other.
Right.
And the actual quote was, peanut M&Ms, delicious, yes. Healthy, no.
Well, all I can do is say, at these big tennis tournaments, when they put out all of the, knick-knack, paddywhack stuff for people to recharge, they usually have peanut M&Ms. So, I'm going to pick that over raisins.
Yeah, sure.
I don't like raisins. Do you like raisins at all? I ate them when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I ate them. I hate them.
On raisins.
The yogurt-covered ones.
On raisins.
I don't want anything to do with a raisin or a pickle.
I love a good pickle.
I guess on raisins.
Kosher.
On raisins, I'm probably a 5.
I'm about a -2.
Yeah. So, but I, what's going? I hate to give away
raisins, mayonnaise, and pickles.
Yeah. Have you tried the yogurt-covered raisins?
No, and I'm not going to. I don't like.
What about chocolate-covered raisins?
No.
You talking about Raisinets?
No, I don't like that old chewy when you get in.
What do you like better than Raisinets?
Well, anything. I like.
Don't do it. He's setting you up. Don't do it. He's trying to get a line from you. Don't walk in.
I'll leave that to Speedy.
Don't do
Big
it.
brother protects you from little brother.
That's right.
The conversation is going to get down to something that we've talked about over and over and over again on the show, and I think we try to overcomplicate these things, and as we said at the early thing, what we all really try to do is is there some pill I could just pop and be done with this? And so that really isn't the approach. So Blake Prime, Garrett Trummer, both of them work in the field of health and fitness and nutrition, and we talked with them. And of course, these are guys that have helped me tremendously with my struggle with this as well. So you'll enjoy that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, the game. Now I'm trying to figure out where we are because, like I said, I'm not watching baseball. Are we down to we have the American League and the National League?
The American League is settled, and the Red Sox and the Astros start their series tonight. And the Giants and the Dodgers were playing in the NLDS last night, Game 5. Winner goes on to play the Braves, and the Dodgers won.
So the Braves are in the World Series?
No.
This is for the league championship.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm sorry. Yeah. The
Rick,
American,
we're basically getting down to the Final Four.
The final two. Yeah, that's it.
Has anybody seen a calendar?
Well, they play.
They
play right up to Halloween usually. So
yeah.
Then I would restructure that if I was in charge of baseball.
Yeah.
I would not have the best part of what we have competing with football in the beginning of basketball.
Well, see, October is that magic time of year for the sportsmen where we have pretty much every sport going on. Basketball's starting, baseball's ending, football's midstream, hunting is starting in our state. So it's October is sportsman's paradise.
Yeah, well, to me though, where I would disagree with that strategy though, is I wouldn't want to be competing against the others. I would want to be saying, well, you don't have anywhere else to go.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But there's going to be some overlap, and this just happens to be the overlap time.
Oh, no. I know there is overlap. I'm saying I don't like it. I would change it if I could. But so I know that's the way it is.
This was the divisional series. Now the conference series is about to start, but the Braves are already in, and the Dodgers and the Giants were playing to see who will play the Braves.
Who's the two for the American League?
The Red Sox and the Astros, who's going to start tonight.
No,
they start tonight. They start the championship
They're
series
the final
tonight.
two in the American League.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, all right, I got that.
And now we have the final two for the National League.
Right.
But the Dodgers and the Giants played, and I guess it was Game 5 last night.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because they don't
Winner
play
goes
seven.
on.
Winter goes on, and a lot of people think that the Dodgers and the Giants are the two best teams in baseball based on their record this year.
Oh, yeah.
And it ends on a controversial call, Rick. Of all
man.
things.
So I can't. What's our deal with Major League Baseball?
Can we play the
We're
audio
watching it
or not?
Probably not, but it's up to you. I can tell you what happened, though.
But I'm watching it right now. Yeah.
So you got 2 outs and 2 strikes on Flores, and Scherzer is the pitcher, and he throws a ball that's low and outside, and it appeared as though Flores checked his swing, but the home plate umpire, Doug Edens, gave the call to the first base umpire, and the first base umpire ultimately ruled that he went around, and it was a strike 3 call, and that's ball game. But it clearly shows he didn't go around. So
non-reviewable.
Okay, that was my next question.
That call, and the catcher appealed to the first base
as they're supposed to do,
and he rung him up. So this series of probably the two best teams in baseball that they had just battled it out went down to the last batter, and the umpire on first base ends the series with a call strikeout.
And the Giants had 107 wins regular season, and going to watch the rest from home.
And it was 2-1. It's not like it was a blowout.
Correct.
Oh yeah, it was. They were both very good teams.
And it was tied going into to the top of the 9th, and Cody Bellinger put the Dodgers ahead. So it was a really good game.
Now, Rick, if I'm a pitcher, I think this is a great call.
Oh, the greatest thing
if
ever.
I'm a batter, I think I got ripped. So. This was like having Perry Canada behind the plate.
So
bring him up, baby.
So you can see clearly, but this is not reviewable. Is it because it's hard? A video can't really show us if the bat went all the way around?
That particular call in baseball, I guess, has just not been moved into the replay stack yet. They always expand it as it goes.
Well, I guess we see that right there. That looks pretty straightforward. Are they saying, yeah, but the video can be deceiving?
I don't know. I think there's some things that Major League Baseball needs to look at when it comes to things that are reviewable. It's like the other night there was a foul ball that was hit in the Braves game that clearly wasn't caught by Tampa Bay, and they called him out. Well, they reviewed it, and everybody thought, okay, they're reviewing to see if he caught it, and you clearly see it hitting the ground. But the only thing they were reviewing was, did it hit anything? Like, did it hit a bat or a weight or anything that was over in the on-deck circle? That's what they were reviewing. They couldn't review if it was a catch or not in foul territory like that. Well, see, that needs to be changed, because he clearly didn't catch it.
Speedy, let's look at this check swing here. What is the technical rule on this? Because I've seen people not break their wrist, but they will clearly spin around. Does he come past that point of no return? Is that it? Kind of
the way,
a 90-degree angle?
The way I've always heard it explained is, did the bat cross the plate?
Right. Well, did the bat cross the plate there?
No, it didn't. No,
He got up on it.
It's a little closer than I thought this was going to be.
Not the front of the. To me, it's not. I mean, to me, it looks like that his barrel is not anywhere near crossing the front of home plate.
As a former pitcher, I'm like, he's out of there.
That's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Well, see, if the barrel was in front of his hands, then you would probably have an argument.
Where's the plate?
The plate's up probably right around where his front foot heel
You're right.
is.
If you just take that bat and move it,
it's got to go all the way.
If you get the barrel in front of the hands, then now you got.
Well, what I'm saying is, does the barrel have to be completely through the plate, or just over halfway, or what?
Well, I mean, the front of the plate,
it's got to come all the way through the front of the plate.
Yeah, like here, and is the barrel in front of the hands, or did it cross the front of the plate? That's the way I've always heard it being ruled, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I think you're right technically. To me, I always thought it should have been that could that bat have hit a ball if it was in that location, and if it is, it should be a strike. But he tried to bail out of it. It was very close. But
you hate for a terrible way for the game to end.
An umpire to end the season of a team that won 107 games. It's a little tough.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
number, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So, according to those in the know, Major League Baseball has no defined rule on what is or isn't a swing. It is a 100% judgment call, so there is no standard. It's whatever the umpire thinks. So if he says you're out, you're out. If he says you swung, you swung. It's totally his call.
Well,
so they don't say things. Well, the bat has to be here or here.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then
it's total judgment call.
Playing God. Interesting.
Give him a line. Yeah. Final judgment.
You know what? Somebody said. You know what? Somebody says, "Well, I don't think that was a swing." Well, unfortunately, the guy who gets to call that says it is.
With the little hat and the blue shirt on.
I'm in a quandary on that particular call because I do think it was a legitimate swing, but I don't want the umpire to end a game. So I'm battling myself.
Yeah,
but then if he don't, the next play, when he hits it out.
Yeah,
and the pitcher's like, "Hey, he went."
Well, and also sports fans, and we all do it. I do it as much as anybody. We create what would have happened if that call had not taken place.
Oh, yes.
In our minds,
Rick,
in our minds, the Giants would have won that game 3-2.
Yes. Next pitch, he would have roped it.
Even though a lot of things had to happen for that to take place,
Yes,
but we say, well, that right there cost them the game.
Kind of like that caller the other day about that one call that cost the entire game.
Here's what you can say: that umpire ended the game.
He did.
You can't say he won the game for the Dodgers, but you can't say he.
And
ended
how about this guy? I mean, you went for the ball. You did, whether you went far enough. But if you don't go at all,
I will say this: I've watched a lot of baseball, obviously, over and that has never been a swing. What we saw last night,
right?
Never. No one. That's I mean, I know. And that's why we're talking about it today. And most of the time, Rick, when I'm watching these things, and I said this in the kickoff hour, I think, or we may have been talking about it in commercial break, every single time I usually go, oh, man, he definitely didn't go. And then they show the replay, and he went, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
And so these umpires normally get this correct based off of where they're standing, but I thought they missed it last night for sure. And that's rare when it comes to this particular call.
Now let's go to the NBA. Kyrie Irving. This story, we really haven't talked about it that much. We might have mentioned it in passing, but boy, it's percolating. It won't go away. Those of you that may not be aware of it, maybe you don't follow basketball, but you still would like to talk about freedom. So Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, he says he won't be forced to get a vaccine by the NBA, and he's refusing to be forced to take a vaccine. He's made it very clear. He's not pro or anti-vaccine, and here is his quote. He said, "This is about nothing more than freedom." Here it is.
I'm always going to stay true to me, and that's me. You know, this is my life. I get to do whatever I want with this. This is one body that I get here, one God body that I get here. And you telling me what to do with my body, and it has nothing to do with the organization. I'm going to put that out there. It has nothing to do with the Nets. It has nothing to do with my teammates. This has everything to do with what's going on in our world, and I'm being grouped in to something that's bigger than just a game of basketball. And, you know, you got that fandom, you know, which is like a religion to people out here. Basketball is like a religion. Entertainment is like a religion to people. They, like, get so caught up emotionally. It's just like, yo, effing get vaccinated or just leave. You know, we angry at what you're doing, man. And it's just like, nah, that's, like, what are you talking about? I'm a human being. I have emotions. I have feelings, I have thoughts, things that I keep to myself, things that I share, but I'm staying grounded in what I believe in. It's just as simple as that. It's not about being anti-vax or about being, on one side or the other. Like, it's just really about being true to what feels good for me. I'm still uncertain about a lot of things, and that's okay. You know, if I'm going to be demonized for having more questions and taking my time to make a decision with my life, then that's just what it is. You know, like, that's something I got to sit in. You know, I know the consequences of the decisions I make with my life.
Well, and
now, Rick, he's under the New York City mandate.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the NBA mandate.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
He will miss out 43 home games. He can't practice with the team in New Jersey, and he will also miss 2 road games at the Knicks because it's also in New York.
Right.
For a total of 43. However, the Knicks would be required to pay Irwin the about 40 away games should he remain on the team, since it was their decision to keep him off the court to comply with the city rules. He's a 7-time All-Star in the third year of a 4-year, $136 million contract that he signed in 2019. This year, he was scheduled to make more than $34 million.
Yeah, the ordinance, you can't be in those buildings without.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought this was an NBA rule, so they're not doing. I thought that would not be wise if the NBA did require that.
In New York, if you're going to go in Madison Square Garden or the Barclays or whatever, you have to have a card or.
So he'll lose $380,000 a game, about $15 million of the contract you just mentioned. He'll still make $19 million if they let him play on the road. But he's saying, look, this is about freedom, and I really do wonder. Because he's found he's really put the left of our country in a precarious situation. Because if you listen to what he's saying about his body, and he shouldn't be forced to have a pharmaceutical put in his body against his will, I wonder how the pro-choice movement is responding to Kyrie Irving. Because he's saying, look, this is not a. Y'all are wanting me to compromise what could potentially be a health risk down the road over sports, and you heard him take on, people treat sports like it's their religion, and he's like, it's basketball. You're saying that I should throw away all my freedoms and put myself at unnecessary risk for basketball. And he says, I'm more than basketball. This is my life y'all are talking about.
Who was the other player we had the audio clip from earlier this week that kind of gave the same thing?
John Isaac.
And who does he play for?
I'm not real sure.
Because doesn't L.A. have a similar?
He's been outspoken. There was another guy that was very outspoken and then got the vaccine.
Yeah.
And
most of them are crumbling to this. I don't know.
Draymond Green. I don't know where he's. I don't know his vaccine status, but I know he was very open about being free about this.
I think that's who we
choice
played.
And
but it wasn't Draymond.
No, we played the Isaac.
Well, there's something bigger here that because remember we live in a fake world. You're going to be, we're going to be told that all the backward red states and all these right-wing people won't get the vaccine, and they're stupid and they're backward and they're putting people at risk. But they won't tell you that in the black community, not a lot of vaccinations going on either. But you won't hear about that.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Well, Helmsy, it looks like our guest outside may have got Listener of the Week on one move. On one move. So we got some people watching outside. And now who we got out here? I'm sorry, what's that? What?
Well, hold on. Hold the phone.
I'm sorry, you're not on Speedy's mic, Rick.
Jeff Fletcher and his wife.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, Fletch.
Let me tell you something. We do a little Bible study on Thursdays, and he has been a part of this thing since we started. It's been like 60. I want to say we're on 63rd, 64th week.
Yeah, because
going strong.
I know you've taught this group all the way through the first curriculum.
40 weeks there
from themanchurch.com, and you're almost through the second.
We're more than halfway through
and
so
Fletch has been in there?
That would be 62 weeks yesterday completed.
So
well, I take that back. We did in between those curriculums, we actually did an 8-week study, independent study on something else. So it's post 70 weeks now.
And so Fletch has been there the whole
time?
Been
there day one. Awesome. From Chattanooga. And so here's what the Chattanooga area, they have brought.
Oh, Bubba.
And this is not good for me because I'm about to leave and go to a doctor's appointment. I've had to fast this morning, which that's fine. It's not a big deal.
It's good for me.
They ought to call that slow.
This is some of my favorite things. There's Nutty Buddies in there. Little Debbie's, and it's straight from the factory.
No,
they went to the factory and got these.
Bubba, who just got out of a walking boot, jumped up like Odell Beckham Jr. and sprinted into the kitchen when he heard it.
I had to see it for myself.
I saw a blue flash.
I did too. He mentioned
they planted this bad foot and cut.
When Helmsy didn't even get Nutty Buddy Cheddar, and I mean just barely.
There he went.
And Odell Beckham got up and ran a 10 and out.
He did. And that was before his knee injury.
That commercial, I don't remember what the product was, and they had that birthday cake and something. That girl gets up and runs and knocks it down on her way through while they're bringing it in. That's who he looked like. He was running over everybody.
I looked down, he got back, and I thought, well, there's only 30 seconds till we come back from the break.
Rick, he threw the box down and said, Greg, get me a Swiss roll, bring it to me, because he knew he didn't have
time.
You picked a Swiss roll over the Nutty Buddy?
Rick, you pace yourself. Pace yourself. It's got everyone you can imagine.
Rick, might as well.
Rick, zebra cake.
Speedy's going to get you something.
What about zebra cake?
Is there anything better when you're out hunting? When you're out hunting than a Nutty Buddy pull out your bag?
Goodness gracious!
And don't forget slicing it open and adding peanut butter to it.
Look, there goes Bubba.
You that's a little bit of look. Look,
there goes Costanza.
Golly, that's good.
Yes, thank y'all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Very kind.
My boy Fleck.
Please look.
Very kind.
Please.
Rick. Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Straight from the factory, right there.
Boy.
Yes, sir.
Fletch.
Coach Saban's oatmeal cream pies.
Yep.
Nutty Buddy.
I got to tell you, the Swiss rolls is one of my favorites.
Swiss roll is really good.
That's a good one.
I like a good zebra cake.
Who doesn't like that?
Do you really? Yes, I do. Rick's like a piece of birthday cake.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, don't snooze on these little chocolate fudge dipped granolas.
This right here.
That's a good bar.
Can I tell you that
that's a good bar right there.
The one that I like the least is the oatmeal cream
Yeah,
pies.
me too.
That's my least favorite.
But
they're very popular.
In a tie.
People love them.
In a tie, they're pretty good too.
Yeah, that's one of those.
Say
deals.
you're stuck in a snowstorm somewhere.
I'll tear a zebra cake up.
Will you really?
All right, so if you've got a zebra cake and a Nutty Buddy bar, what do you do?
It depends on
you
what
can
I'm
only
doing.
have one.
But it depends on what am I going hunting? If I'm going hunting, I go Nutty Bar, just because of tradition. But if I'm just going to drive and eat while I'm driving, I go zebra.
Okay. You know what? I follow that completely.
Okay.
So
you know what? I couldn't have said that any better.
No, you really couldn't.
Yeah.
Well, this is your buddy.
Yeah,
that's
your drinking buddy.
That's your drinking buddy right there.
I tried to cut him off and I couldn't get it.
Go ahead and tear into it.
Yeah. If you want somebody to climb aboard and eat bad with you, right there he is.
Well, I just want Bubba to be happy, Rick.
I know you do, Greg. And I appreciate that.
How about when it comes
How about
to
when you
the
hear that little crack?
when it comes to the Swiss rolls, like the chocolate that sticks on the bottom end, you peel it off.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Greg, see, I'm a man in the dilemma because on one side I say, look, let him do what he wants. On the other side, I'm like, man, let me get Keyman renewed first.
Yeah,
That's a good
please.
point. Let's hold out. Let's get that blood work back.
Oh, Bubba.
Well, you're doing better.
Oh, Bubba.
That podcast yesterday really did some work.
Yeah,
it did.
And obviously, it had a huge effect on
Right.
Hey, he left there a changed man.
I'm gonna text.
There's a lot of good information.
Send that to Blake, and I mean now.
I'm doing this right here, and then I'm gonna do that right
Now,
there.
hang on a second. That is granola with chocolate on it. That's got to be kind of healthy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send this.
Sorry,
and say,
Blake.
You know what he's going to say? Get back on the M&Ms.
Yeah,
Let me tell you this: if you have the title that
right.
starts out fudge dipped in front of anything,
you've already got our attention.
You've got us. Fudge dipped, chocolate chip granolas.
There it is. Bubba, I will say this, and I know you're not going to do this, so I didn't waste it. You know how you tell people, ask you things about me, go, I'm going to give you no hope on that.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm texting. Bubba found a new somewhat healthy snack. So.
Are you trying to give him what did he say, brain hemorrhage yesterday?
Yes,
Isn't that what he said one time?
So
Garrett,
so Blake, talking about Blake Prime at Godspeed, he said, I am willing to meet with Bubba by himself.
Wow.
As soon as he's done with the show, even during the middle day break that we take, and I'll put him through something, and I'll ease him in, just me and him.
Please, he just shoved half of that in his mouth.
Picture Bubba doing a burpee and then eating a Swiss roll right after it.
Well, he would ease him in. The first day, just be let's walk around.
Let's walk a minute.
Yeah, and we talked about that in the podcast. You got to
step up on a step.
Where a lot of
step
people
back
mess
down.
up is the
I
first
kept
day.
asking, can I just go over there and throw football?
Right. Yeah. Never will forget that day. I've never seen somebody's face look so perplexed.
Rick, of all the exercises, I don't see it under him.
Greg,
Throw the football.
let me put you there. I want to tell the story. We've told
You're
it.
serious.
Greg.
It's an important exercise.
So I bring Bubba down to Godspeed. Now Godspeed, they've got every kind of
state of the
workout, every kind of just
everything you need.
Greg, just years of research.
Oh yeah,
so much research, so much science.
Got a turf field.
Professional athletes reach out to them for guidance and come there to work out.
Yeah,
Calvin Wilburn worked out.
Yeah, they have everything from people like me all the way up to people who play professional sports. Okay, and everything in between.
Yeah.
And they've got every kind of Greg, they've thought this out. They've done formulas. They've said this is how it works. Here's how we start.
Science.
And I felt bad. I felt bad for Prime because he gave his entire presentation, which I knew was a waste of time.
I heard none of it.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, we get down to the very end, and they've got a turf field out there, and there's the football over. And Bubba said, "What do you think about me coming down here and you just throw the football with me?"
And that'd be the workout.
And the look on Prime's face. Well, we really don't offer that.
That's just out there for fun. But
something you could do at home with one of your kids.
I've heard Bubba declare throwing the ball in here as exercise.
Yeah. It stretches.
I'm a talk. Can I talk?
Greg, we really don't offer that.
I'd like to talk to the staff.
That's not part
if I could, and just let Bubba eat.
Oh, sure.
All right, I'd like to talk to the staff. He is not going to change.
No.
That's just who he is, and that's okay.
That's fine.
But we want it more than he does, and he's just set in his ways, and so y'all just need to stop and support whatever he wants to do.
I honestly don't. That's the reason why I told
his blood work numbers are perfect.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Huh?
Yeah.
Tell him, Bubba.
His
That
boots
BMI
gone.
down would be all right.
Boots gone.
Billy Boots off his foot.
Yeah. Look, that height to weight
And I
ratio
really
a little problematic.
And I wish it just said greater than 30.
Right. Yeah. Look, it
didn't actually give the number.
That's so good.
Okay, we're greater than 30. Yeah.
All I've gotten back from them after sending that is a picture of him with his hand over his face.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Well, Rick, what a way to start his new life right here with the Little Debbie pyramid beside Speedy.
What we're seeing right here. Those stack of boxes is why Bubba and I both said on Rick and Bubba University the podcast this weekend. This weekend's podcast is absurd.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But it's not about us. You're not listening to us. You're listening to them.
Yeah,
But Rick,
we're
trying to
get
help you.
information.
We're trying to help
but
you.
we've known Debbie our whole lives.
Yeah.
She's been a part of our lives since we were children.
Frankly, we've known Debbie longer than we've known these two.
Swiss roll to me is getting home from school.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
what it was.
Exactly.
Rick, he said
I just got off the bus. Just a
Bubba's
second
just
ago.
trying to find balance,
Right.
making sure equal amounts of Little Debbie snacks are consumed.
That's
Right.
He's just
you
finding
want to
balance.
balance your Nutty Buddies and your
Right.
Swiss rolls and your zebra cakes.
You can't get out of order.
That's the three legs of the pyramid.
I will. That's it. And I will say this: I thought that these two guys were very, very. They didn't get on us. They weren't. They didn't
Now
talk.
they wasted their time, but yeah.
No, because
they're talking-
this information is going out to
Yeah,
other
I'm talking about
There's
right
more
here.
people.
Oh
than-
yeah.
We'll say this.
I'm not talking about the masses.
Speedy and I tried to get ahead of it, and before y'all started, and we got in the kitchen and we talked to them a little bit and tried to give them
Prepared
some
them.
guidance and prepare what
Was
they
that
were
with
walking
them
into.
shocking looks on their face?
And
Oh,
here's
my
the thing:
goodness.
is they honestly, I think they actually it was Garrett, the other one, Garrett. And
Yeah.
I think they kind of looked at Speedy and I like with the. Almost with a little like, hey, we got this. No need for
They
that.
thought we were doing a comedy
They
routine.
did, and
That's what it was.
And I
They didn't
said,
think you were serious.
Blake even said, "Well, I don't think anybody in that room." Kind of taking a shot at me and Speedy,
Yeah.
going, "I don't think anybody in that room really needs to be talking nutrition." Like, And
we agreed.
And we agreed with that.
And we agreed.
But we were saying you don't realize the questions you're going to get, especially from number 2.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, I'm sure Rick's talked to you about this, and he said no. And I'm like, well, so we're really trying to help.
I told him
here.
about
this is
somewhat
not a
healthy
comedy.
snack.
Well, I brought that up, and then I said this. I said, you're legitimately going to get this question, and he's serious about this question. And I said, the skin of an apple versus the skin off a fried chicken. That's going to come up. And he looked at me like I was doing a comedy bit.
Yeah.
I know.
You know what? We really didn't even get to that one yesterday.
I like the frozen. I mean, not frozen. The deep fried stuff. It's just a thin around the outside of the chicken. There's still more chicken than there is crisp.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, really, if you just look at it by volume.
Well, and then when they suggested they were going to put him on the diet that they put Adele on, I thought, well,
40 stones.
Yeah, 40 stones.
If that don't work, they're going to put him on that when Fat Amy got on. Yeah, she's lost weight, too.
She has.
I don't know if she's going to be funny now. I'm not worried about that.
I know it. We'll come back. Fletch, thanks, buddy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so we've got more. We've got a guy that has been hit in the head on a 300-yard drive at a golf tournament. Is it Matsuyama?
You nailed it, Rick.
Matsuyama.
That's it. You're all over it.
Bubba can relate to this, can't you, Bubba?
Mm-hmm. And this is a golfer.
I've hit a few.
He is.
Yeah. So this is happening during a straight up tournament. This is not some. Is it a pro-am situation or did this straight up tournament?
I think straight up tournament.
Straight up tournament. Boy, he is going to bleed.
Golf ball to the nose.
Well, if you get hit by a professional golfer at 300 yards, hey, it's going to bleed.
Yeah.
All right. So, and our goal, good, not at the blood.
It's all good. They gave him a new hat.
Yeah.
Do you mean
and a glove?
Look, everybody's over trying to give him stuff. Like as if it's going to fix. Shouldn't we be getting him to the hospital?
He ended up going to the hospital.
Okay, like is that where we're waiting on him?
Yeah.
Does Masaka get the Ichigaki? Does he know English?
Greg.
Boy, look at that blood.
Where did it hit him at? In the head?
Yeah,
top of the head.
Top?
Look at right up in here, Bubba. Look, I think right up in here.
Y'all ready for this?
I don't think that the glove and the hat did any good by the look on his face.
Well, it did stop some bleeding.
He went to the hospital for some stitches.
And
then set up a GoFundMe to help his medical bills.
Oh, good.
Oh, my goodness.
He got hit on purpose.
Can we save the GoFundMes for things?
We'll GoFundMe something in a minute.
Oh, we will. Well, it's like a go-to.
Wait
a minute. I had insurance.
And there are some that are good. I'm not. Let me back up before I get the hate mail. There are some that are really helpful, but I'm talking about. I don't know about this.
Well, that was the point I was making. Let's use them for these situations that are extreme, so we can make a difference.
Yeah.
But I mean, we may find out.
Rick,
this
I
guy
had
got
an
injured.
email from a guy one time that wanted to start one so he could buy this vintage guitar he always wanted.
That's owning me right there.
That was real.
Put it on there. If people want to give to it, fine. If they don't, fine.
Yeah.
Did you see the numbers on his GoFundMe thing? He's trying to raise $15,000.
Well, how much is stitches?
He's already got 1,200.
Is that mental anguish in there too?
15,000.
He received an autographed hat and glove, and he can be heard telling.
He's not going to lose arm in it, is he?
They take his appendix out while he was in there.
Matsuyama that it was an accident as part of it.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to tell you, and I know there's no way to do this. I am disappointed we don't see him get hit.
Right.
I would really like to see the ball bounce off his gourd.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If I'm going to give it to his GoFundMe, I need to see that.
Amen. If I'm going to give to the GoFundMe, I got to have footage of it actually hitting you in the head.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
I found it. I think I found
Oh boy, I got to get my wallet out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's so good.
Well, Matsuyama's let himself go, hasn't he?
Well, he has, Rick.
Nice.
His hair's great.
There it is. We found it.
I like how Bubba pointed the club at him.
By the way, what's that little kick move you do right there?
Rick, watch him pointed at him.
Look, Greg, look at yellow shirt. Look at yellow shirt.
Oh, point. That's a weird noise.
Yeah, there it is.
I think I heard Satan wants a biscuit in there.
That's right.
You're right.
That was.
But you got to remember. You got to remember on that particular drive.
Yeah.
I had not hit a golf ball in like almost a year and a half,
Right.
and I told those people, I said, I am pulling everything that way. I went to the driving range, a total disaster. I said, everything's going over here, and they just look at you like cows in the pasture.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. So,
And that guy you hit twice, that's on him. He should have went home after the first one.
you know,
Yeah, he
honestly, that was one of those things that defied logic and math to the point.
It's one of
that
my favorite things.
I really can't even comment on it, but I hit him on the drive, and then I hit him on an approach shot.
Same guy.
And he left. He left.
How bad?
But you know what I want to say to that guy? What is God trying to tell you?
Yeah,
Pay
you don't need to
attention.
be-
Get home.
Because only he can make that hit you twice like that.
Well,
God love them.
like I say, I don't.
And so I'm telling everybody, I told them to move.
Bubba gave them
I
his
don't know what the
visor.
kick was.
What is
all
that
about.
kick
I don't
about?
know. I don't know.
Is that a mule kick?
Yeah, is that you? Are you disgusted? Are you?
Yeah, probably because see, I told them to move, and you even see, I said I told them to move.
Are you
and
trying to kick
pointed
a
out
field
there,
goal?
too.
I mean, what is that?
Well, it was just anger that I hit it that way.
Yeah.
Probably. It's probably a
Can I tell you
madness
this?
kick.
And I know this sounds.
If I'd have had a nutty buddy, it'd have been better.
I know this sounds bizarre because it looks like you're maybe about 20 pounds lighter.
Yeah.
Than now.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I've seen you heavier hit it straighter.
I think there's something about having a little more out there to make your arms come around. I think it makes it hit you better.
Well,
hit it better.
That year I had not practiced any, and that had a lot to do with it too.
I
So,
think the last
schedule
3
didn't
years
work.
you've been right down the middle.
He has.
Been pretty good last few.
Hey.
Didn't lose as many balls.
Of course, it
The
ruined it
first
for me.
the first drive is the one you really want to.
Yeah, when they introduce you. and
So
everybody claps.
I've really been focused on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about any of the other ones.
All right, so we're going to do the routine that we normally do where you say never again. There's no way I'm playing this year.
Well,
and then Gene.
I'm beat up.
Then
pretty
Gene
bad.
looks.
Bubba,
You, then Gene looks you in the eye.
Yeah.
And before you know it, you're back out there.
Yeah.
All right, we have found
Gene Hallman owns you like Kreskin owned Casio Kid. You know it?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm break free one year.
Right. He's owned you. You already bought tickets to this USFL thing.
You know, he always
got a boost.
he always hangs the group over me. You know,
yeah.
He does.
And he knows the people that I want to play with and have.
And you're a social butterfly. You enjoy all that.
Yeah, and I do. It's fun. But it's
It's a lot of walking.
yeah, and look, that's
by then
that
though.
back knee is messed up now, so I don't know. We'll see.
Can you play in a boot? You may have to.
Well, we'll see.
I think by then though you're gonna be a new man, huh?
Yeah.
You're gonna be 40 pounds lighter,
Yep.
and with a
it.
new ankle.
Yep.
Your knees are
High
gonna feel
stepping.
good, and you're gonna have the best experience yet because you're gonna feel so good.
Hey, let me tell you something. You'll,
That's the way
hey,
we have to look at
You'll
it.
be urinating quinoa by then.
We can't speak out all this negative stuff because then you
The
start
great
believing.
quinoa. What if Bubba lost the weight and dyed his hair black all in one setting?
I've got a great line there.
I do too, and I had the same line, and I did not use
Y'all
it.
not going to take it.
And it's about two of our friends.
It is, and I nearly
And
took
I almost said I'd be in that club.
it. I nearly took
We
it.
found the drive that
I
went
was this
far
close.
right.
I was this close.
Yeah, true.
All right, so what is it?
Well, you can see the path when he drives off. When he drives here, you can see
this
the path.
Matsuyama?
Yeah, that goes off to the right here.
Matsuyama.
No.
That's close.
Well, it's not it though.
Is that 310 to Yuma?
That's funny. Good movie, by the way.
That is a good movie.
He wasn't hit with a
Should be
puzzle.
right around the 12-minute mark thereabouts, where it goes far right. But you can definitely see. You can definitely see that it's going towards the trees for
I
sure.
want it hitting the guy. I want to see it.
Is that it right there?
Yeah.
Is this it right here?
Yeah.
All right. No, I can't see it. That's why I can't watch golf. You can't find the ball.
Well, they're showing you there on the
Look
right.
at that string.
There it
That
goes.
thing is cool.
And he gets hit. Boom.
That'd be the tracker.
I love that.
Oh, wow.
You like the tracker?
Yes.
It helps a lot, doesn't it?
It does. Change the game.
Was that a simulation like the plane crash? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. We welcome you in, and we're going to start this hour by going to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So hit those phones right now, fire those up at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can talk about whatever you want to. Plenty of lines available because we do 10 lines here at the broadcast plaza and teleport to get a bigger sample of people. Harder to manage, but you do get to fish in a little bigger pond. So dial in there. If you dial in, you'll get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. Helmsy leaving us now. He's got a doctor's appointment today, just a little checkup. So he's a little nervous, but he's been fasting to do his blood work, and of course they'll probably check his prostate, which we told him about. And so he's headed out to that. So we want to chat with you. Don't forget a couple things going on. You're seeing in show notes, and it's out on our Twitter, and it's if it's not already to our Instagram, it will be soon. Bubba, you were a guest on a podcast.
Yeah, with Jackie Bushman from Buckmaster. We got to have a little time on the podcast this week, and it's published now, so go check that out. About 45 minutes of fun, and we talked about the show and some of the members of the show, and Jackie's always a lot of fun. So,
hey, if you want to talk about deer hunting, you should have had to be on my podcast. Jackie Bushman don't know what he's talking about, and he does moutry.
Now, what is Gary's podcast?
He if he had one, can you imagine? Hey, y'all need to quit talking about me on the show so much. I can't get nothing done. To Patrick in Pell City, but if you want to get that podcast, we've got it on all our social media platforms or right there in show notes at rickandbubba.com. You can hear Bubba's conversation about what, deer hunting and the show?
We talked more. Let's see.
Did you talk more hunting?
A little hunting, more about the show. A lot about Speedy. And we even talked about coming back and doing a part 2 to talk a little more hunting.
Yeah, you didn't talk about tennis with me.
Yeah, we did.
Bubba,
we did.
It's a hunting thing.
No, it's
Nobody
all.
wants
It's
to hear about
all.
tennis
You know,
during
the
the
full
hunting
deal. You know, one of my favorite Jackie Bushman stories. I had to bring it up again. So
yeah,
we laughed about that.
Let's go to Patrick in Pell City. Patrick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, y'all were talking about the IndyCar driver. There was a drug smuggler yesterday, and you were disappointed that he wasn't a NASCAR driver. So there actually was a NASCAR driver that was a drug smuggler. His name was Gary Ballou, and Dale Jr. actually interviewed him on one of his podcasts on the Dale Jr. Download. He actually spent some time in the federal prison in Talladega, actually.
I did not know that, and it's shocking that Greg didn't know it because he's loyal to Dale Jr.'s podcast.
Yes.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah, he's loyal. Cheers,
it's easy to do sometimes.
Hey, you eating buddies in there by the snacks without you. You better be careful. And
so
there he is. I knew nothing about it. And we're in 075. So let's go to Sean out of Alabama. Lines are available for you if you want to get in. Sean, go ahead, buddy. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I guess it's time we should start wondering if Tom Brady really is bionic. And if he's really going to play to 50 years old, should we actually believe that being a vegan does work?
Well, he does a lot more than that. It goes back to kind of what we talked about on the podcast this weekend. It's a whole lifestyle.
It is.
It's beyond that. No, I would rather play less time and not be a vegan. Yeah, I mean,
and we have to remember. Look, in all fairness, if we're going to study Tom Brady from A to Z, Alpha to Omega, we have to throw in the fact he's married to a Brazilian supermodel.
You know, another thing, too, this thing that he's going to make it to 50, no way. I mean, these next 6 years, as far as the ability to play football at the highest level at 50, never happened. And if he does it, I'll say I was wrong. But I just don't think I don't think that's possible. We continue. Let's go to Jim in Birmingham. 1047 WZZK. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, really wanted to say I am excited that the USFL will be coming back. I had an uncle who played for him.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, is that Joe Cribbs?
It was for the Birmingham Stallions.
So who was it?
Tom Banks.
Okay. So you're excited that it's going to come back, and this will be something you'd be fired up at, and you will be there. Will you go to multiple games or just watch the Birmingham team when they play?
I definitely want to go to multiple games.
Okay.
Yeah, that may work out. If you didn't hear this, mover and shaker Gene Hallman, better known as Bubba's life coach, he announced on the show that the USFL is trying to come back and play all their games for the first season, maybe the second season, in Birmingham, Alabama, all teams housed here. So I don't know whether that's really going to happen, but that is, and Fox Broadcasting is going to own it, and then they have NBC will be the other TV partner.
Yeah.
Let's
and remember, Fox is owned by Disney, right? Don't they own Fox?
That's ABC.
Yeah, I think it's ABC.
ABC,
But they don't own the Fox
ESPN.
Sports part of it. I don't know. I may be wrong.
That was an ESPN.
Yeah,
ABC
I know
thing.
ABC has ESPN and all that, and that's all Disney.
Right.
Let's go to Clint in Alabama. Clint, go ahead.
I would like to show y'all a poem and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you say you're going to share a poem?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Fire it up.
When I look into her eyes, there is no power that I cannot describe, but the power in her eyes is real. For the power in her eyes is the power of love that can bend still. When my life feels like a tomb, dark and doomed, she takes me to the garden where the flowers bloom.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for the call.
Very nice.
I appreciate that.
How you like that?
I stand by my statement. When I sit down and have lunch with people that I've just met or people I've known for years, usually I'm done with work at that point, still a little tattered from it. And I will say to them almost every time, I hear from the world every single day, and you should all be gravely concerned.
That's why you can't tune away.
You never know.
You don't know.
Never know.
Let's go to Claude in Huntsville. Claude, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, doing great this morning, guys. I had just a couple of stories right quick or things. Y'all were talking about peanuts and raisins, and Bubba didn't like raisins, and he liked peanuts and so forth. But, there's these two little boys, they were brothers out in the front yard, and they were playing, and I think they were like 2 and 4. So the older one came in, and his mom said, where's your brother at? He said, well, he's out in the front yard. She said, what's he doing out there? He said, he's eating raisins. Y'all probably have already heard this. But she said, where in the world did he get raisins? He said, off the dog.
Harry, what are you sending us in there?
What are
you throwing out here?
Let's see if we can go for 3 in a row.
Is there a grudge we have not addressed?
Right. Harry, what's going on? Are you upset with us? What did we do?
I kind of wish those 2 calls had ended the show. Like those are the two calls.
Yeah. Well, they may have.
Yeah. I don't know how to move forward.
They may have. I want
see if you can pick another winner, Rick.
Bubba, here's what I want you to do. If you have never seen Brian Regan's thing on raisins, will you please go find it?
I think I did.
You remember when he says,
was it the last one?
You like grapes, don't you?
Yeah.
And he starts all
right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the gray hair.
It's
yes,
so
it's
good.
very funny.
Oh, it's
very
so
funny. And I agree with him. That's what's funny.
Let's go to
on 7.
That's the worst effort on spelling on 7 I think I've ever seen. All right, let's go to Kevin in Missouri. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
I don't know what they're doing with school mask over there.
Me either. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, just wanted to tell you, in a world of not so good news here lately, got an email yesterday that our high school here just lifted all the mask mandates, saying that all the numbers are way down.
Yeah.
And, I'm just glad for the students that they ain't got to walk down the halls trying to breathe.
No, putting young people in masks for an 8-9 hour day, I don't know whoever thought that was maybe something we need to think about. But thankfully, you are seeing those being lifted and people kind of moving back to some form of normalcy. I think the impact this has had on the education of the kids is going to take some time to catch up all some of the things that we've done, and a lot of it, in my opinion, unnecessarily. We'll come back. Do we try with more phones? I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
right, so let's talk a little bit. 21 minutes past the hour. What's going to be going on this weekend? Tonight, I'll be hanging out with baby brother. I'm going to go see my nephew and the team that he's on the coaching staff. Thompson Warriors tonight, taking on Oak Mountain there, and Greg and I get to appear on the pregame show of Warrior Nation. Find that on Facebook tonight. So I'll be hanging out with baby brother, then off to Starkville tomorrow, and going to see Big Love over at Mississippi State. Be tailgating there a little bit at the Dog Diner, and getting to see a lot of folks who listen to the show. Then Petal, Mississippi, coming up on Sunday night. I'll be speaking to the Pine Belt Baptist Association in Petal, Mississippi. Men, women, children that can behave in that kind of setting, all welcome to come. It's not a men's event, since that's mainly what I'm doing now, but this was something that I was honored to be asked to speak at a few years ago, and, of course, pandemic kept being moved. So this is just a night of worship there in Petal, Mississippi. Anybody can come. No ticket required or anything like that. It's just a worship service. So I'm honored to be there speaking to the Pine Belt Baptist Association. You're welcome to join us, and I hope you will. So also coming up this weekend, if you're in Birmingham, Alabama, and you'd like to go to the church at Liberty Park in Vestavia Hills, Randy Overstreet, the pastor there, friend of the show, Scott Goroski, will be speaking at Man Church this Sunday night as they will start the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and Goroski will kick that off Sunday evening with a Man Church there at the church at Liberty Park. Looking ahead, next Sunday, Mangum Baptist Church in Mangum, Louisiana. I'll be there speaking at a Man Church as they do the men's discipleship strategy. And then also, it gets here, Bubba, the 13th annual Rick and Bubba late Summer Slam, the tennis tournament coming on October the 28th. So if you're looking for things that are going on involving show members, you can get all that by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If you're looking mainly on what's going on with the men's ministry stuff that we do, then just go to themanchurch.com. This brought to you by our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So, Bubba, you had a response yesterday. We put it out on all of our social media. Because you're the space guy here on the show, and you had somewhat of a harsh response to Prince William, saying that this private space exploration is a waste of valuable resources that could be used to save our planet.
Well, I just hated for him to sound foolish.
Yeah,
not know what he's
and
talking
could
about.
be. Why are we not worried about our own planet? Of course, you made the case quite clear, and you said you're willing to do ongoing updates on things that you should be thankful for on this planet for us exploring and looking at other planets.
Right.
And so he didn't seem to understand how that worked. Now Willie Shatner has found out what Prince William said, and you said he had a little more.
Well, he took issue with it, but he was much more polite than I was.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, much more polite.
We can't actually find the audio. We try to see, but there, you know what he said. You have it there, but we have the text of what he said. We tried to find the audio of it, but it doesn't seem to be available. But
well, he's a lot nicer about what he said, and he just said he's educated and good behaved, basically, but
so he's talking about
wrong.
Prince William.
Yeah,
he says Prince William is well educated and well behaved, and
but he's just wrong.
Did he do the respectfully, sir? That kind of stuff.
You need to hear it, hear the tone of how he's doing it. He did a much better job than I did.
What do you think?
I'm kind of done with the royal family and them trying to tell all.
So
the
he
rest
didn't
of
say,
us
"Shut
how
up,
to
I'm
live."
Captain Kirk."
Well, he should have,
right?
Honestly.
Yeah.
But he didn't. No, he was much more polite. He'll probably have to deal with the Queen at some point. I won't. So
right, no, you won't have to.
I ain't worried about the Queen.
No, you know how much I worry about what the royal family thinks about the show.
On a scale of 1 to 10, -2.
Zip to the negative. So yeah, I would. You know what I forgot about?
And again, I can't believe someone like Prince William or Prince Harry, any of the royal family, would bring up anything about wasting money.
That was shocking.
That good.
Hey, that was shocking.
Surely you could have found somebody else to give that speech.
That was absolutely shocking.
But worried about the planet as they zip around in a private jet. Tear me up.
Well, and then Greg, because Greg, if there's any way Greg can ruin something, he will.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm familiar with that.
So he tried to ruin it a little bit by saying that Shatner got on some kind of save the planet thing too.
He is, but you have to understand how some of these Hollywood types, they they tie global warming and pollution and everything together. And we agree. We're for clean air, clean water. We don't want to destroy the
Greg
planet.
said he's not. So he just wants to be the opposite. You know what I mean?
It's the best I can find.
All right, so
just listen to it and you can bail out when you need to.
All right.
I saw a bit of that. We need some of the world's greatest brains and minds fixed on trying to repair this planet, not trying to find the next place to go and live.
He's got the wrong idea. The idea here is not to go, look at me, I'm in space. No. I would tell the prince, and I hope the prince gets this message. This is a baby step of getting industry, all those polluting industries off of Earth. You can build a base 250, 280 miles above the Earth and send that power down here.
But he's saying all these people with all this money, we got stuff to fix down here on the planet first. Like, why can't we fix that first?
Of course we do. All right, so fix some of the stuff down here. Nichelle, everybody in their lifetime needs to be reminded, you're important, you're beautiful, do something important today. And that's what that trip did to me. It reminded me of death facing me because of my age, but also how to protect you in the years to come.
Well, again, the argument that they're making is just so ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And
Greg,
Captain Kirk, has a platform to address that, and he did the best he could addressing it.
Mm-hmm. But can I just go on something that has this the only reason this is related is because of William Shatner. I had forgotten, and I'm not sure this is right, but I had
he sounded more like Captain Kirk than, by the way.
But I had a listener say this, and I don't recall it, and I'm not even saying the listener's right, because it seems like I would have remembered, but maybe not. That Shatner was also the big head that would show up on Third Rock from the Sun.
Oh yeah. He's done a lot of acting roles, and a lot of it comedy stuff. He's very good at it.
Third Rock from the Sun, we have not given it its due.
It was a funny show.
That was a funny show. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a funny show.
I agree.
But Kirk, the thing that gets me about Prince William is, and you've already made these points, so I won't belabor them, but because that's not our nature.
No.
But the point that Prince William is trying to make is so wrong. It's just simply wrong.
Yeah.
It's just it's logically just no. It makes no. It shows you that you didn't take the time to really think about what you're talking about.
Rick, exploration of the unknown is in our DNA. We have to do it. We have to expand. We have to go forward. It's just who we are. And I think it was just a foolish comment by the prince, and especially in his position, it was a foolish comment.
Well,
and he's criticizing that with the internet, a laptop, and a cell phone right there in front of him.
I knew you were going to say that.
That's genius.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hey, I want to point you to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Do you have an opportunity? I got a big hire coming up. Let's face it, when you're ready to make a hire, especially if you're like us, you're a small business. I mean, you don't have a lot of time to keep around with this. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba says, look, let's get some targeted screening questions from you. You give those to us. This is LinkedIn.com/Bubba talking to you. And then they said, we'll take your opportunity. We'll put it out in front of the 770 million people we have on LinkedIn. And then we'll use the screening questions to kind of get down to those that meet some basic requirements that you have for them to be right for this role. And then you'll just interview the top candidates now. But so we'll simplify the process and we'll save you wasted time. And you can do that for free as a listener or viewer of this program. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and post that job for free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, Bubba, update, and you said this one. What is this, Andrew McCabe?
Andrew McCabe, the ex-FBI director. You remember him? He was the one, he was involved in several things. One, he was signing off on all these warrants to investigate Trump and the Russian collusion.
Oh, yeah.
That absolutely was not true, okay? We know that now. It was nothing but a political move. He is out speaking now because you remember Trump called him the poor man's J. Edgar Hoover.
Yes, I do remember
and
that.
a disgrace.
I do remember that, yes.
He was fired in March of 2018 after the Justice Department's Inspector General. Now, these are not political. They're a watchdog group. After they concluded, among other things, he had authorized a release of information to a newspaper reporter, then misled internal investigators about his role in the leak. So here we have the head of the FBI lying to the FBI. I mean,
that'll get you fired.
A total loser. Okay,
Yeah. But Bubba,
he undermined the whole.
But remember, what would Shatner say?
He undermined the whole public faith in the FBI, which they're still trying to recover from, and all of this stuff dealing with Trump. And Jeff Sessions, who was the Attorney General at the time, fired him 2 days before his retirement. Remember, once the water got hot, hey, I'm retiring, I'm out of here. After this Inspector General report came out, he was fired by Jeff Sessions 2 days before he would get his pension. Well, the Biden administration has now reinstated his pension and benefits.
No.
Well, he was doing their bidding. What do you expect?
Well, that is true. I mean, they are being good friends.
This guy ought to hit a knee and think. And Ricky's come out. He said, my family should have never had to go through all this. Let me tell you what. He needs to hit a knee and thank God above he ain't busting rocks somewhere in a federal prison. That's what he needs to do. Because, he committed a crime as head of the FBI. I mean, if you can't trust the head of the FBI, where are we going to be? What are we going to do?
Have you ever, when Bubba goes to busting rocks, that's when he's mad.
That's when he's seen you.
That's
when he's busting rocks.
Yeah.
Look, he's lucky. He's lucky he ain't in prison today.
Right.
Sporting the orange and busting rocks
Busting
today.
rocks.
That's what's your job today, busting rocks.
So he's now coming out like he was a victim?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's out. He's really he's out attacking Trump and Jeff Sessions and everybody else when he ought to just go to the house and hush. He's lucky.
What's old Jeff Sessions doing now?
I guess he's enjoying retirement.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeffy.
So let me remember this right. So he got fired by Trump after being embraced and loved by Trump. Yeah, he was removed.
You talking about Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff Sessions.
Yes.
So then he came back and tried to run for the Senate seat again.
Yes, and was defeated by Tommy Tuberville in the primary.
That's right. Okay, I was trying to remember what happened. So really,
but he has served our state well for a long time.
Yeah,
he was Attorney General, and
I'm just trying to remember.
We've had him on the show several times. He's really, I think, a nice guy who believes in the rule of law, and that probably hurt him politically with Trump a little bit, because once he said he wouldn't do something, he wouldn't go back and do it. But I think he served honorably. I was not in favor of him running for Senate. I thought he should have took it to the House at that point.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that.
Yep.
And he ended up taking it to the House.
He did. Well, I mean, I think in the climate, what Sessions discovered. I mean, I'm not saying this is that he was right or wrong. That has nothing to do with that. But
I think Jeff Sessions is a fine, upstanding man. That absolutely. That is not up for debate in my world.
Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I think the way that he handled things the time that he served our state, I thought he handled it right. Yeah. And so, but I don't know him personally, but I can say on the job that he was hired to do by the voters. When I say hired, I mean we voted him in.
Right.
I thought he did a good job.
Yeah.
And it looks like Tuberville is so far so good. But I think in what happened there was, I'm with you. I'm like, I think no matter how much you like somebody, there's a time when it's time to go to the House.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we talked about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think in that climate, it looked like that Trump was against him, and I think that hurt him.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
You remember when he was being confirmed by the Senate, he was asked if he would recuse himself from the Russia investigation because they didn't want Trump putting their guy in and doing it. And he said, yes. Said, I absolutely will. Well, that angered Trump because Trump wanted him to get in there and shut it down because Trump knew it was not real. I understand both sides.
I do too.
But Jeff Sessions is the kind of man who believes in the rule of law and had served as a law enforcement officer for so long. He said, yeah, I'll recuse myself because I am too close to that, being appointed by the president. But that's not what the president wanted, and we've had other attorney generals that certainly were in the bucket for the president.
Well, that's where I was about to go.
On both sides of the aisle.
That's where I was about to go. I know it took longer,
right,
and that's what angered the president and angered Trump supporters.
Right.
But honestly, what Sessions said in the very beginning is there's no need for me to do this because it's not going to go anywhere anyway.
Right.
He was right on that.
Right.
So don't let me cloud the water by making them think that I'm doing him a favor.
Yes.
Let them see they're not going to be able to make the case against him anyway.
And
so it did take longer, and I know that upset everybody. But I would caution on what you said because you're right. If you're somebody and you're all in the Trump camp, and that's look, I wish Trump was president right now versus Biden all day long. What we have to be careful of, and I know we can be guilty of it sometimes, but I think at least we try to police ourselves. If you don't want attorney generals to be
puppets
for presidents, period.
Yes.
Then you can't want one to be a puppet for a president when it's your guy,
right?
And then be against it when it's not your guy.
Yeah,
you're either for or against attorney generals being puppets. And I found some inconsistencies with some people who got mad at Sessions that if he'd been a Democrat, they would have been all over the attorney general if he didn't recuse himself.
For example, was absolutely in the bucket for President Obama.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a cheerleader for him.
Sure.
And the way this is supposed to work is the attorney general is independent of the president, independent of the Congress, independent of the judges, but he is appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate. But once he's in there, he's supposed to be independent. Well, that hadn't always been the case.
And if you don't like that, then you can't be for it when it's your preferred candidate, and then be against it when it's not.
I think
you got to be principled on it.
You really had a difference of opinion on how this should play out. Sessions knew there was nothing to these charges, but he wanted it to play out to clear the president so it would be clean, so it would be by the book, and everybody would go, well, obviously this was a political witch hunt. Trump just wanted it ended so he could get on with the other things he needed to do. So I see both sides of that argument.
Yeah.
And I'm paraphrasing and putting words in their mouth to some degree. But I think if you put it on the Bubba ease, that's how I would characterize it.
But McCabe is now out saying, "Thank goodness I've been vindicated."
He said he was a victim. Said his family shouldn't have gone through it and all that. Well, let me tell you, there, big Andrew, how you can avoid your family going through it. Don't be head of the FBI and break the law. Don't be head of the FBI and be leaking classified information. Don't be head of the FBI and authorizing wiretaps and search warrants on somebody just for political reasons, and that's exactly what you did.
So really, your family got put through what they got put through because of you. Because of your actions.
Right.
Now, I know that's the thing that none of us ever
If you
like
don't
to
break the law, if you don't leak, if you don't lie about it, if you don't mislead. Listen, let me tell you what. Me, you, Greg, any of us, any of you folks listening, you lie to the FBI, you go to jail. It is a federal
what
offense.
do you do?
You'll be busting rocks.
That's right.
That's right.
In some town in Kansas you can't even pronounce, okay? If you lie to listen, you can lie to the police, and when they catch you, they could get you for perjury. But you lie to the FBI agent, that is a felony. to lie to them.
Unless you're in charge of the FBI.
Unless apparently
That's
you're
different.
Andrew McCabe and you get a pass.
Yeah,
kind of lying to yourself.
Then you get the right president in there, and they'll come clean it all up.
That's right. They'll get that
how it
pension back
works.
for you.
So there you go. There's the update on that. So
Andrew McCabe is what's wrong with politics in the FBI and did massive harm to the public's trust in that organization.
Phone Troll coming up next. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's room for you, and we'd love to talk to you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's a pure phone troll right now. And you can join us. Lines are available since we be 10 lines strong.
Area code 212.
Bring them in here. There's some room for you, and then we start that line moving ahead of you by going 30 seconds a pop. Therefore, if you're in the line, you don't have to wait very long. So let's get started. Let's go to Jerry in the great state of Florida, in the free state of Florida. 30 seconds. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to call. I've never been able to get through. This is very exciting. I just want to say it's an honor to talk to y'all, and I love your message, your overall message. And dadgummit, it's time to get back to straightforward, just like y'all, the message that I perceive from y'all. I'm from Anniston. I'm standing here with a guy from Fort Payne. Now, we're down here in Panama City, but we see what's going on in the country right now, and it's bothering us, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the state of the country right now is embarrassing. It is troublesome, and right now there's you need to start thinking about those midterm elections. You need to start thinking real strong about them. Yeah. Let's go to Gerald in Trussville. Gerald, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Glad you finally got in, though, buddy. Go ahead, Jerry.
I agree with you guys on most things. Jeff Sessions, I voted for him numerous times in the past. But that dude was the weakest, most pathetic AG I've ever seen. Okay, that's fine. He recused himself. But then he put Rob Rosenstein in charge of this whole witch hunt that they had going on. Rob Rosenstein signed the Pfizer agreements. He signed the warrants. I mean, 2 years they went after Trump, voted on impeachment.
Look, you have your opinion about that. If you don't think he did a good job, then that certainly is your opinion. But there was an awful lot of things he did as AG, including the border. I wish I had him in charge of the border right now.
Yeah, boy, don't we?
Right. But if you didn't like the way he handled that, as we said, the people have spoken. You certainly have the right to do that. Bill in Alabama.
And I bet Jeff says he I imagine he would say he wish he had handled some things a little different too.
Yeah, we were mainly talking about the fact of why he recused himself.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we think he did the entire process right.
No,
And you brought up a good point. Bill in Alabama. Bill, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Well, I was hoping to get an intro like Bill gets in the morning. Old Bubba over.
You'd have to work. You'd have to come into the show, become my partner, and do years of success with me to get that. So a random caller getting that.
By the way.
Yeah, now that you can have. There you go. Go ahead, buddy. It's amazing someone would stay on hold for that. Jeff in Georgia. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Class of 98 here. Thank you guys so much for what you guys do.
Thank you, buddy.
I didn't know if you guys were aware that Pete Buttigieg has been on the paternity leave since August.
Shocking.
And he's our Secretary of State with all our supply line issues.
Yeah, Secretary of Transportation, isn't it?
Yeah. If
Transportation policy.
Yeah. If you are overseeing where we have a really big problem and you're a biological male, probably you can delay paternity leave because we're certainly not waiting on your body to recover.
Right. No.
And we probably could use you on the job. And then if you want to take paternity leave after we got it all worked out to go spend time with your husband and your new baby, then maybe that'd be better because there's no physical reason you need paternity leave right now. And we're in a bind right now. Let's go to Brian in Florence listening to WLAY. Brian, go ahead.
How you fellas?
We're good. We're
Great.
good. I just wanted to give a big shout out to one of your sponsors, the Ancestry DNA.
Yeah.
Little short story, quick. My daughter gave me an Ancestry DNA kit back in 2018, and I found my biological parent.
Wow.
Pretty much ended up, I was like an only child. Now I've got 5 brothers and 5 sisters.
How cool is that? Bubba gave you a time.
11, huh?
Yeah, Bubba gave you a time out on that. So you went from a real small family to a really big one.
So what, were you adopted or what was the deal there?
Yes, sir. I was adopted before I was born. My adopted parents took care of my mother, and it was just a long process.
Yeah.
And this month is kind of a big deal to me because my adopted mother couldn't have children because of breast cancer, and turned out my biological mother died of breast cancer.
Wow.
So all this came from one of these Ancestry DNA kits.
Yes, sir. I was kind of like y'all, and just thought it was just going to give me my genealogy, ethnicity and stuff like that, and it linked me to my brother on my father's side.
Wow!
And,
how far away did they live from you?
I live in Florence, and my brother lives in Huntsville.
Wow!
And I've got 3 sisters that lived in Central, like right next door to me. And I have actually met all my brothers and sisters.
Did they know you existed?
My sister on my dad's side did. She was told at the age of 12 that you had a couple of brothers out there, and she said that our biological father had told her the whole story. So that's just one of them things that it was. I think it's been a whirlwind ride for me. Just a lot of emotional stuff, and it's been a great story for me.
Wow,
yeah, that's great.
That
Mike.
is incredible.
Thanks for sharing
It really
that.
is, man.
That's awesome.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Let's go to Tim on I-65.
Rick, plus now, if you need a kidney, you know where to go.
Right, that's true. Good
Hey,
point.
guys, how are you?
I hope you're vaccinated. They won't let you have it.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead. You're on the show.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I just got 5 words for you. Little Debbie Christmas tree cake.
Greg,
those are good.
It's the zebra cake, but in the shape of
It
a
is.
Christmas
That's really
tree,
what it is.
basically. And those are good.
They're
They're
real
good. I like when the outside's just a little bit crispy, just a little.
It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to.
I like 3-day-old birthday cake.
You love 3-day-old.
Let's go to.
That's Bubba's preference.
Let's go to Jared. Jared, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a poem I would like to share. Wait a minute, I don't have no stupid poem.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Starting early for the weekend.
Let's go to Michael in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Michael, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, if wasn't New York going to implement the National Guard to help with health care? And if so, couldn't we use those same people to help unload these ships in the ports that are so backed up?
Yeah, maybe we can get them to put down the vaccine and go help load stuff.
Yeah, Michael, I think that's a wonderful idea. Now, we were told that the National Guard was going to fill the role of the nurses that were being fired because they didn't get vaccinated.
Right.
I assumed that we were talking about National Guard people who are trained nurses.
I hope so.
But I think...
I hope it's not the guy I coached Little League with.
I think, it'd be easy to point fingers here, but the key is that we get this thing going again. There'll be plenty of time for blame later, but I'm with you. We call them out for everything else. Let's get this going because we got a problem.
Well, earlier in the show,
they may have to drive trucks. Now,
earlier in the show, the president said the problem is leadership.
When he wasn't the leader, he blamed leadership for these kind of things, and he's got even a worse problem now. So
yeah, so it is.
This
a
is like reason number 180 not to shut down our economy.
Yep, it is. You're right.
You cannot push a button and start it again.
Not with a survival rate of over 99%. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day and enjoy your weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Believe it or not, our topic: nutrition, health, and fitness. Straight up. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy out back on Monday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Bill Bubba Bussett. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So, sometimes we should listen more.
Midnight Train to Memphis.
Yeah, Chris Stapleton's version of Midnight Train to Memphis. Good, really good. But you know there's other versions?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that at first.
But I like that one the best.
That's a good one.
We should listen better.
Us?
Yeah. Just as men and husbands and dads.
I'll admit.
I try to listen good.
My mind will wander.
Yeah, my mind will wander. Let's face it.
What'd you say?
Yeah. But I've warned young husbands. I've warned about this. I've tried to help. I wish older men had helped me with this. If you ask your wife how her day went, you need to mean it.
Mm-hmm. And have a little time on your hands and not be trying to watch the news.
You need to mean it. And if they start talking about things, because sometimes when they're telling you how things went, they'll also veer into, oh, by the way, here's some things that are coming up. And if you miss all that.
Not the coming features.
If you miss all that. So.
Not the home calendar.
Not that.
I was somewhat listening. But it's like I heard something.
You were thinking about deer pictures on your camera.
I was.
Stuff like that.
I was. And you remember, and it made the Best of CD this year when she wanted to talk to me about the state of the master bedroom and how some things need to be changed.
Your mind just couldn't stop.
And I told her that I just wasn't interested, and she told me how many deer pictures she had to look at she wasn't interested in.
Well, right.
And
that's different.
And then I became an interior decorator. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so by the way, I tried that and it worked. She's never remember I just went crazy. I started making all kinds of
Yeah, and I'm sure they were horrible.
No, they were terrible. I'll tell you one thing, I don't like that color.
Yep, I'd
never
like
have
to
liked
see
it.
Nope.
But I'm thinking some sort of deeper orange. But anyway, so I heard Sherry saying something about, your gutters get to where they need to be cleaned. And the way our house was built, it was built 20 years ago, and it was built during that time where they want to do all those cuts and turns and all those different roof deals and all that. So they're
sharp.
It's very dangerous for anybody to do it. And I heard her mention that somebody was going to clean the gutters out. So I thought, that's great. That's wonderful. And we've had people do that before. And And I heard something about this is the part I really should have listened on. It was something about window cleaning. That there were some windows that are way off the ground that you can't get to without a really big ladder.
Yeah.
And I heard something about that, and there's been several times she said, I don't know why we got to find some way to clean these windows without
and you just
without
like,
without you killing yourself. Because this is, it's a room in our house that you go, well, here's the view. Here we are. Here's where we sit to look at trees, that kind of thing. The big window and all that.
And, it was
and I like it. And
a little cloudy.
Yeah. Of course, it's in a room that I'm not allowed to go in much, so I usually end up sitting on the deck because it's that room you're not allowed to go too much.
I got one of them.
If you're going to make trouble. And so I guess I should have been listening, and I don't fully understand something about, the heat and it gets too hot. I remember hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so
what were you focused on when you should have been listening to this?
Honestly, you're right. You're all over it. This doesn't surprise you in the least. I was honestly texting back and forth and talking about when we're going to plant the fields.
I knew it.
And I had been looking at some deer pictures, and I was in the mode of, hey, deer season's here.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, it's weekend.
And I can't really be blamed. I really can't be blamed for that, because now if I was thinking about it when the season wasn't so close, you might be able to hold me accountable.
Right.
You're thinking about it too much, or why would you be thinking about that now? What I'm talking about takes precedent.
Right.
But honestly, does what our wife's talking about right now take precedent deer season? I mean, honestly.
Do I have to answer that out loud, or can I just think the answer in my head?
Notice I didn't say whether it should.
I just said, does it?
Yeah.
Did you catch that? Because that's important not to miss that part.
Yeah. You're not. Yeah.
There's the way things should be.
Then there's the way they are.
And then there's the way things are.
Yeah.
And so
Agreed.
Yeah, and I thought I'd gathered most of the information. I wasn't sure what else I was going to bring to the table on it. You know.
Yeah. You reached out and grabbed little pieces.
And then I said what all husbands say that means nothing. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah, that sounds great. That's no indication.
You had no idea what you
That's
signed
no
off on.
indication that we heard anything you just said.
No.
What we're doing is we're trying to land it.
Yeah, good.
Have you ever done that and what they had asked doesn't fit with that? I've done that before. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that?
the answer.
You mean to tell me that's good? And I'm like, oh gosh, I wouldn't pay attention.
You're going against. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, I meant it was bad.
No, you're right. You're right about that. It is bad that your mom's sick.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So
Yeah,
so anyway, so I'm walking out. Now when we go to work, I know a lot of you hear this show or this content at various times. We go to work, nobody's moving. It's pitch black out there.
Right.
Pitch black.
Nothing.
There's just in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, I'm the only person moving.
That's me.
Okay. So
I actually have some neighbors that get up early too. So
yeah. So
I have a few buddies out there.
So I get out to the truck because the truck won't fit in the garage because I've got the lift kit on it now.
Boy, that's a big one.
And so it sits outside. So I roll outside, but where I am, what I do, and because of the way things need to be laid out, is I do pull it up to the garage it should be in, meaning it's parked right outside the door.
Yeah.
The door's just shut. Y'all with me?
Right.
So the whole front of my house, the driveway, there's nothing there. It's a circle driveway.
It's isolated from where you're at.
So I don't see what's around there. You got it?
Got it.
So I'm going out to trash cans are to my left, truck is to my right. And I'm doing my normal, I don't know who I am, and trying to wake up.
You got a new haircut.
And I hear something. And I'm like, oh, that's substantial.
Wait a minute.
That's not a normal. Do I hear people? And I'm like, and guys, I'm doing the thing that we do. Now everything's fine. Nothing bad happened. But I'm reaching for protection.
Oh.
And I'm like, somebody's trying to get into my house.
I got a burglar. For daylight.
Somebody's getting into my house. And I'm creeping around the corner and thinking, this is I'm going to have the story of the day. You know it?
Oh, yeah.
If I survive. You know?
You're doing them Navy SEAL moves where you hold your gun up, look around the corner.
And all of a sudden.
Chamber? Did it go that far?
I had not chambered yet. Okay, and I know some people always have it chambered.
Yeah,
I don't. Because I'm using a Glock, which the safety I know is don't pull the trigger, but I'd like to have a little more than that.
Yeah,
and so
I need that half second.
And I know they made the trigger where if you drop it, it won't go off and all that. But still, I just feel. It's just my preference, and I'm trying to do what we should do.
But
let me identify. Let me identify what's going on.
If you get into that area, you might want a chamber and be ready to go. But just day in, day out, no.
But you know how you keep thinking you're going to rule out what you're thinking could be happening, and it just keeps confirming. I'm like, oh, those are people.
Yeah, and they are in my house.
Oh, they are in my driveway. Oh my gosh, there's a flashlight. There are literally people in my drive. It's real.
Wow.
It is absolutely real.
It's on.
And I'm like, this is really happening. And then all of a sudden, you know how your mind, I went, wait a minute. What did Sherry say about
back in that conversation I heard.
What?
It seems an odd
You're dealing
time,
with
Rick.
a thin Glock line right here.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute. What did she?
That's an odd time.
Did she say they were coming today? But why would they?
You're fooling with ladders with flashlights?
And so then,
sound like a busted.
I've heard of getting a good start, but that's ridiculous.
So everything's fine. I do the.
Did you scream freeze?
No, I didn't scream freeze because it all started coming back together, and they were like, "Hey,
I wish you'd scream freeze."
They said, "We told your wife, and she said she told you."
There's your answer right there.
That when we clean these windows, we can't let it get a certain heat, so we do this before the sun comes up. And I told her we wouldn't try to wake y'all up.
That's so odd.
And all of a sudden, I think to myself, that's exactly what my wife told me. I just wasn't listening. And I nearly tackled all of you and fired upon you. No, I wouldn't have. You know, I mean,
I wish you'd have dialed 911.
So this was the window cleaning people, and they do it like
in the dark.
Yeah, they do it. They do it like at night before the sun comes up because they say the windows can't heat it. Where that window faces, the sun heats it up real fast.
Well, yeah, but I mean, wow.
I know. I know, Greg. I was told every detail of it. I just wasn't. You know, when they said something, I started going, "Oh yeah, that is right." I do remember
Can you
that.
just come back in the afternoon?
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
Rick, can I tell you, and I'm not doubting that, but I have never heard that. I had no idea.
Well, I guess my windows. Well, Bubba, not only had I never heard it, I didn't hear it when I was told about it. Hey, that sounds good. Windows clean, gutters, got it.
You missed the time.
The reason she was telling me was this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, college football is upon us for another weekend. We'll take a look-see, look around at some of the matchups that may be of interest. I'll tell you the one that's of most interest to me, Kentucky at Georgia.
6-0 versus 6-0.
Kentucky at Georgia, and I know
the battle for the East, Rick.
In the past, we would not have even remotely looked at this game.
Right.
But as Kentucky has cranked out, back-to-back seasons where they have been competitive and have been in the mix, and this year they're undefeated. And the one time I saw them play,
play good. What I saw,
they look pretty balanced, and I think they're. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to beat Georgia, and I'm not.
Now, Rick, think about this. In back-to-back weeks, they have defeated LSU and Florida. Not in that order. Florida and LSU, technically.
Right.
And now take Georgia. So, I mean, when you beat programs like that, you're playing high-level football.
Yeah, and the fact they're undefeated, and as you said, now LSU has been beaten by a lot of people this year.
But they're still LSU.
But Kentucky beating LSU and Florida back-to-back is still –
that's still impressive.
Still impressive.
I know a lot of teams in America would take that.
Yeah, they would. So, anyway, they're going to – they played the 2:30 game on CBS with everybody's favorite, Gary Danielson and Brad Nessler. Some other games of interest, the Florida-LSU game, not as intriguing as we thought it would be, but it's the 11 o'clock game. Oklahoma State is playing well. Texas is, but they're playing each other.
Still can't believe they gave up that lead to Oklahoma.
No, that's hard to believe. Alabama, Mississippi State. Mississippi
Late
State
game, 6 o'clock.
It goes back to what everybody says about Mississippi State. You just have no idea which team Alabama will play. It's been a long time since they have given Alabama any real competition. Probably not since Dak was the quarterback. There's something about Alabama and Mississippi State. The times that Mississippi State plays with them, they're rare, they're few and far between. And Alabama's angry because they've gotten the wake-up game. Not a good position for State to be in, even though State, especially defensively, is not. They're not a terrible team.
No, they're not.
They're not great, but they are good.
Quarterback's getting better in that system.
Yeah,
so he's getting more comfortable.
But if the defense can keep it close, maybe it can be competitive. But I just have this sense that Alabama
calling upset.
No, I have a feeling Alabama.
Dicky's going to call now.
I have a feeling that Alabama is going to say, "We're going to show y'all this week that we still will be in the Final Four."
Yeah, we're going to get some things.
When is
out.
the last time Alabama lost 2 games in a row?
We were talking about that the other day.
Was it the Louisiana Monroe year with Saban?
His first year, maybe.
That's where we landed, but I don't know.
When was the last time Alabama lost two times in a row?
I can't remember the last time they lost 2 games.
That's fine.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Ole Miss, Tennessee. Greg, for some reason, is on fire for Tennessee now.
Tennessee wins.
You calling it?
Calling it.
Okay. Well, Greg.
No, I have no reason to think that.
Yeah. Auburn, Arkansas.
Rick, it says Alabama has not lost 2 games in a row since 2013. It was the final season before the college football playoffs began. Alabama lost to Auburn 34-28 in the Iron Bowl.
In Utah.
And that was the infamous kick 6 game that knocked Alabama out of the BCS championship.
So who did they lose to next? They lost their bowl game?
Well, that don't count to me.
Yeah. I'm just that was a quick Google.
I get it, but you're talking about during the season.
Where did they go?
Burgundy there.
They go to the
is that when Oklahoma drilled them in the Sugar Bowl or something?
Let's see.
Here, I don't know.
Or did they go to the Orange Bowl and lose to
remember Oklahoma
Michigan
put it
or
on
Wisconsin or somebody? I can't remember.
I remember Utah putting it on them in a meaningless Sugar Bowl, and then Oklahoma did in a meaningless Sugar Bowl, right?
Okay, we're looking for regular season games here.
The last time they lost 2 regular season games, I'm telling you, it may go back to Saban's first year.
If even then.
Okay, that was the second
Maybe
regular.
sure.
See, Alabama football fell for the second time this season on the road at Jordan-Hare. State rival Auburn. This was the second regular season loss, something that doesn't happen much since 2010. I'm just reading.
But it wasn't in a row.
It doesn't. I know. I'm looking for regular season. I know folks might know, but.
Yeah, because that sounds like that's just 2 losses.
in a season. They don't do that much, but 2 times
I
in a
love
row.
here it says 5 new things since Alabama football lost 2 regular season games, and it lists things that have been invented and everything.
That's funny, by the way.
That is a very funny thing, but we're looking for 2 in a row, not just 2 losses.
It was A.J. McCarron's senior year. It was the Auburn loss and Oklahoma in the Sugar Bowl 45-31.
Yep. So was that the 2013, the first one I was reading?
They ended the season 11-2 and had won 2 straight national titles prior to that.
That looks like that's 2015. Anyway, 14 regular season.
Anyway, Speedy said this week it's fitting to happen again.
And in all fairness, even that one is not 2 losses in the same year.
No, it's not.
Because the year turned over in January.
The bowl. I don't count the bowl. I'm talking about during the season.
That's true. Right, calendar year.
And the time before that, the last time it happened was 2008.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking that would be legit.
Yeah.
Georgia and Florida State. Was that one?
Oh, no.
We're just all over the road.
The air raid signal goes out for the 2 fan bases that have been assigned Beth Mowens. It will be tonight, a Friday night matchup, 9:30 p.m. Is that Eastern time, I guess?
You should have adjusted. Yeah.
Anyway, California
Central time.
at Oregon.
West Coast.
California at Oregon.
Why are they playing on Friday?
California Bears will be taking on the Ducks. And Beth Mowens, I'll be there with Kirk Morrison. Ducks and Bears.
Wow, 9:30.
It's Friday night with Mama. I'll be calling the play-by-play action on Friday night.
Yikes.
Kirk, send it down to you. Somebody's put a hammy. Somebody's down with a hammy. And the Bears.
Florida,
Oregon Ducks. I like that duck. Aflac.
What about the uniforms?
What uniform will they have out there, Greg? It's Beth Mowens and play-by-play. It's picking up yards.
How many combinations do they have? That's always a good
Lots
story.
of combinations. Nike. Kirk, what's the Ducks going to be wearing there tonight? It's a play-by-play action.
Rick, who's the Ducks coach, Beth? I want to hear her say that.
Not sure his name. Run it by me one time.
Cristobal.
Yes.
Mario.
Ducks coach Mario Cristobal.
What?
Mario Cristobal. Here in Duckville. Mama's here with Kirk Morrison. Shout out to Holly Rowe from Mama. Smoking.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Well, you can't really hear a better endorsement than the phone call that we had last hour for Ancestry.com/Bubba and these DNA kits. I mean, a guy who was adopted found his biological family from the Ancestry.com DNA kit and now has discovered, what did he say, 11? He's part of 11, so I guess 10 brothers.
5 brothers, 5 sisters.
5 brothers and 5 sisters. So anyway, there's all kinds of cool things that you can find out about your family story by using the folks at Ancestry.com/Bubba. We'll go ahead and get you started, get you a free trial started, and get your Ancestry DNA kit. If you just simply go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, and all the details are there for that free trial. There's a link at rickandbubba.com, too, under the sponsors button. Another thing that's very interesting is some people use this to get their true ethnicity, and you may be surprised. You may be surprised.
That's right.
And it's funny to watch the people that have said they thought they were,
their whole life they were
right. Yeah, they were completely wrong. So Ancestry.
Speedy's Irish.
Yeah, right, there's a shocker. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Speedy McGregor.
Ricky's kin to Davy Crockett. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's right. Is it Daniel Boone or Davy Crockett?
Daniel Boone. Dang, I get them mixed up.
Daniel Boone was a man.
I'm sorry.
He was a big man.
I know this is crazy disrespectful if you're kin to them and they're your family, but Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, I get them really confused.
Oh, I do too. It's that coonskin cap.
Yeah, it is.
I really, right now, I don't know the difference in the two.
I don't either. Which one was the one that served in Congress? Was it Davy Crockett? That's what I'm leaning.
Daniel Boone was from Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he was a Tennessean.
Which one fought at the
Alamo?
Alamo?
I thought Daniel Boone was Kentucky.
Which one fought at the Alamo?
Davy Crockett was in Congress. All right, I got that right.
Wild frontier.
Which one's Tennessee and which one's Kentucky?
Which one fought at the Alamo?
Which one's kin to Speedy?
Watch it.
Daniel Boone was a man.
Boone.
He was a big.
Boone was in Kentucky.
I love that show.
Rick,
on Sunday nights.
They told Speedy that when he was a kid because he was like crying and couldn't go to sleep or something.
I hear
to make stuff up.
You're gonna have to talk about
Yeah, show us that graphic, Adler.
Right.
Because we do get it confused.
What was the one?
Boone
Born
settled
in the mountaintops
in
of
Kentucky.
Tennessee. Raised
Killed him
in
a bar when he was only 3.
No, raised in the woods so he knew every tree.
Killed him a bear when he was only 3.
Everybody saying, Davy Crockett.
That was it.
Now, it said one was a frontiersman, one was a pioneer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Boone was pioneer.
In my mind,
your kin folks.
It's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
We're playing
I
with
understand
words.
Boone was, I think, related to a lot of people.
Okay.
Easy.
But you need
Are you saying
to
he
dress
left his
up.
mark?
You need to dress up as Daniel Boone for Halloween.
Ooh, look at me. I got ideas.
I'm creative.
There they are.
Killed him a bear.
Let me tell you, Davy
Say
Crockett,
that.
you'd have been proud of Davy Crockett in there as a congressman. Who was that guy that was in every Disney movie and he played Davy Crockett? And I always wanted him to be my uncle.
I see him right now.
You always wanted him to be your
He was also in The Yearling.
I wanted to spend more time
Wasn't
with
he
that
in The
guy.
Yearling?
Yeah, I wanted to spend time with that guy. I wanted that guy to
was his
take me out
name?
hunting and fishing.
Something Parker.
And I couldn't think of his name.
Was it Parker?
And to me, he was Davy Crockett, and I know he's not,
Well,
but
never-
to me, he was.
Dang it.
Do you remember the show?
I want him to take me out
was
into
it
the woods.
Daniel Boone that was on Sunday nights.
Yes.
They came on.
Mm.
I
Speedy
watched it
loved
every
it.
week.
Mm.
Lived in that log cabin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Which
he killed
one
him a
was
bear.
it? Was
That
Daniel
guy.
Boone, wasn't it?
I like that guy.
Yeah, I can't find
I
his
wanted
name.
that guy to be my little league coach, Pat Hogan. I loved Pat Hogan.
Is that who, Pat Hogan?
Yeah. And I don't know why I wanted to be my little league coach. I wanted him to be my history teacher, something like
You
that.
wanted to tell you some wise tale.
Yeah, right. I really wanted to hang with that guy.
Yeah.
Davy Crockett. And he was very passionate when he went to Congress, by the way. All right, so
we got him passionate at Congress.
He was. I remember that part. All right, so he really wanted to stand up for America.
You know who else Speedy skin too? Iron Eyes Cody.
All right, which one of them was in the Alamo?
Davy Crockett.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Boone was not in the Alamo.
Okay. Golly.
He
Jim Bowie.
Daniel Boone lived between
Bowie.
1734 and 1820.
Do you wish you had a Bowie knife?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a begging.
All right.
Remember when you was a kid, them folding Barlows?
Yeah.
Remember the little Barlow knife?
Oh,
You
yeah.
buy them at Taylor's Grocery.
Yeah, absolutely you could.
Well,
She
you
had them
full
in
of
little
stuff.
bags.
Yes, you did. Loved them.
I did.
You need to
Bought
save
that and some chewing tobacco.
Right. This was a great.
I didn't care then.
This was a better country when kids had weapons sooner.
Yeah, and could buy a dip
Rick,
sooner.
people aren't going to hear what
No,
you're
no,
saying.
no.
But
Listen,
I know what you're saying.
I told Sherry this the other day, and we've talked about this before on the air,
Right.
and she agreed because she's 6 years younger than me, so it may have been changing a little bit. But this is no exaggeration, and I know we've said it before, but it needs to be said again. It's what we've been saying all along with the great Bubba analogy. You must go fix the second floor if that's where the leak is. You can't keep mopping on the first floor. And then we talk about you have to go to the heart of what is perpetuating these evil people, because it's not the weapons. It's not. Because when we were growing up, on any given weekday during the school year, there were enough weapons in the student parking lot to honestly overthrow a small country.
Yeah.
There was a militia,
especially a certain time of the year,
that we could have access to at any time in our own vehicles. Okay? And you know how many school shootings I experienced? None.
Nada.
Never.
Seen people fight. Nobody ever went and got their gun.
Never, ever. We had knives. We carried around knives in school.
Oh, everybody had a pocket
Yeah,
knife.
and you
Who didn't have a pocket
so,
knife?
So just knowing that, it can't be take away all the weapons and everybody will behave. That can't be it.
We could dip in PE.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. At smoking
Okay,
grounds.
maybe that wasn't a great thing.
Right.
but
Smoking grounds, probably not the best thing.
Probably not.
I know that you hear me saying that there was a time when kids smoked, had a knife in their pocket and a gun in their car, and it was a better America.
I know. It doesn't sound like
It doesn't sound. I know that doesn't sound right,
No,
but I
yeah.
mean, I can't really argue it though.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, it's a great point.
I'm sitting here looking
Look at the stats, Rick.
8 things you might hadn't have known about Daniel Boone, and we have something in common. It says here, number 5, Boone was unlucky when it came to real estate.
Wow.
Had no idea.
Oh, and look at that one. Look at that other one. But look, they just recently he was trans.
He's something else.
Just
he did
recently
blaze.
figured that out.
He did blaze the Transylvania.
By the way, and I sent it to y'all yesterday. Bubba, you and I were copied. Did you see the? Speaking of the trans thing, did you see the story of the horrible thing that happened at one of the schools? And there's been
and
there was an attack in one of the bathrooms by a male claiming to be a female.
Who got that actually?
Who would have ever thought that if you if people declare they're a different gender, you just have to believe it.
Somebody take advantage of that.
But what's weird is the superintendent there of that
Bad,
district
bad.
saying, "No, there's nothing happening."
Yeah. Dad got mad.
Yeah, the parents are going out. Yeah,
If the
it
parent-
actually did happen.
If the parents didn't do what they're doing, what happened was a male simply started wearing female clothing and told them he identified as a girl, was given access to girls in the bathroom, and went in and did horrible things to a girl in the bathroom, just like we said that could happen. And there were so you're not going to hear that story because that goes against the wonderful utopian narrative of why do we think this? Why would we think there would be any harm? And as we said, if this is what you want to do in your own private life, then you have a right to do that. But when you can't logically think, well, if we let this go on in public places, there might be some negative things that would happen because people would manipulate this who are evil.
Right.
That does not mean that people who struggle with their gender are evil. It just means evil people will use this for them to do evil. Yep. You got to be smart about that.
Right.
It's like this is the whole deal. This is the person that was identifying as a woman and went into the female restroom and sexually abused a girl in there. So
as predicted what happened.
Predicted and the things that this person did, this male did, pretending to be were horrible. Yeah, horrible things. Did not even be spoken of. And so, but see that's not, that should be news.
Yeah,
but it's not.
No,
it's like, that doesn't fit our narrative. You have to find that other places. And so these are legitimate concerns. And as I said, the example that has never been able to be refuted. Are you saying that all people that are trans are evil? No, I didn't say that at all. I don't think every man's a rapist, but I still wouldn't want my daughter to take a shower with them.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I think all men are rapists. It's just not appropriate because I don't know what might be in. That's just not the right thing to do, period. Right? I mean, it's just not the right thing to do.
Rick, I can't even believe we're having the discussion.
Right. Yeah, it's that's always the hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying? I'm just saying it's not appropriate because biological males and biological females should not be thrown into intimate situations together, and let's just wait and see what happens. Maybe it'll be okay.
Yeah,
that's just stupid.
Yeah,
and it's just not appropriate. It's not the right thing to do. You want to do that in your private life? That's fine, but you can't create an environment where people might be unnecessarily harmed. That's actually more important than the little bit of inconvenience you might experience until you can get into your private life and do what you want. Yeah. If you want to go, and how about this? Go use the family restroom if you want to. There's no reason that we should allow a biological male to declare they're a female and go into dressing rooms and bathrooms with biological females. There's no reason we should allow that. None.
Yeah, I can't believe we're having a discussion about it.
No.
Really crazy.
And you know what? Here's a family that paid a terrible price because of that. And here's a girl that'll be traumatized the rest of her life. All because we wanted to live in some pretend fake world. We'll be back. Phone calls to end the hour and a piece of video that's really wild involving California dad of 4. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, Fez Parker. That's on you, Adler. It's Fez Parker that played Davy Crockett.
I think he played both one time.
David in Alabama, how are you, buddy?
I'm all right. How are you?
Did you want Fez Parker to be your dad?
Fez Parker was my dad in my eyes. When I was a kid, I cried and cried and cried. I wanted a coonskin hat, and back in those days, people didn't have a lot of money. So he went out and he killed a coon, skinned it out, dried it, and had my mama sew a quilt lining inside of it, and gave me a coonskin hat for Christmas one year.
And then look at old Fez. I'm sorry.
That's the guy I always
I just looked up on the screen and Adler pointed to a name, and I just went after it. Fez Parker.
You think a raccoon hat's warm?
Did he play Daniel Boone as well?
He played Davy Crockett,
Wow.
1954, 1955 in a TV miniseries which aired on ABC, and then he played Daniel Boone on NBC.
That's a fact.
64 to 70.
You can't have the same actor play these two and confuse us even more.
That's part of the reason we're confused today.
All right, check out this video. There's a story, a California dad of 4, sadly, 40 years old. He gets thrown out of a bar for being a handful, gets in his truck, and starts driving down the sidewalk toward the bar as if he's angry about being kicked out. And, Bubba, people pull him out of the truck and beat him to death.
Wow.
On the sidewalk.
Wow.
All right, so this is him trying to come back for revenge.
How old was he?
40. And that's his truck. Look right there, and he's on the sidewalk.
So what does he hit on?
It looked like a little tree there that's in
something finally stops him. He's obviously intoxicated as he comes through here, which is why he got kicked out of the bar.
Yeah, it hung on that tree.
So he gets hung up there. And how about this? The people that I guess thought he was trying to run over them.
Mm-hmm. Rocket.
Yeah, it looks like it was a bit of an overreaction because he didn't look like that he really endangered anybody, and they were easily got out of the way of it. But then,
when I read the story, I thought he was speeding down the road trying to mow people down.
And Adler said, "Hey, prepare yourself. He's not really going fast at all."
No, he shouldn't have been on the sidewalk.
No doubt, no doubt about that. But I thought that he nearly killed a bunch of people, and they got mad and killed him.
Right.
But it doesn't really look like that.
It's got a headlight out too.
I guess that must be a pretty rough bar.
I guess so.
I mean, right? I mean, they didn't look.
Rocket.
What's the picture of him there? What was that?
That's a memorial.
But look at his picture. It looks like he's got a. What's that on his head?
What do you mean? It looked like hair.
I couldn't tell. Like a shadow maybe in the picture, but I can't. Maybe there's something on his head. I didn't look at it very long. I think that's just his hair.
Yeah. It's bizarre.
How about this?
That was a little extreme.
Hey, that's a rough bar.
It is.
May we not have a memorial of ourselves outside a bar?
Yeah.
I think that's the statement of the day.
Pretty good life choice. So I think that's a good goal. But how about this? Got threw out of it, got in his truck, came down the sidewalk. Everybody pulled him out and beat him to death.
Good gracious.
Wow. How about that? To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Susan in Leeds, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Susan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I saw the father of the girl that was assaulted. He was on Laura Ingraham the other night, and they told him her episode was last May, and they told him to keep quiet, minors, let them investigate, just take care of his daughter. Well, he did. I guess after school started this year, he gets a phone call from another parent wanting to know the name of the boy. And he said, well, I'm not supposed to talk about it. And she said, well, is his name XYZ? He said, yes. Why? And they said, well, all they did was move him to another school. He did it again.
Are you serious?
And that's when he went to the school board meeting. And he's the one that you see on TV being beat up by the cops that's thrown on the ground and his face is all busted up. And one of that Joy Reid lady said that he was CRT. He was anti-CRT and labeled him a domestic terrorist. But he wasn't even there about CRT. he was trying to find out what happened to the boy who had attacked. his daughter.
Yeah, you're right. All these stories are coming together now. I didn't realize that's the same guy because this guy's like, I'm not here talking about critical race theory. I'm here to try to defend my daughter because there's no justice for her. And
what happened? He didn't attack anybody. A transgender supportive parent attacked and was screaming at him. A woman. She was screaming at him and pushing at him. He never did anything, but the cops took him down.
Well, see, this is the problem again. If you believe the transgender community and you have a child or a loved one and all that, that really has nothing to do with this. What we're saying is
we have an assault,
right,
and the person who did it has not been punished.
Right, and
That's
the reason
what we're
why they're
talking
not being punished is because this goes against the narrative that is preferred, and that is, why do we care about people who identify as a certain gender using any bathroom they want? There's no danger in it. And, of course, the common sense would tell you, well, of course there is. We just take people's word for it, that they're identifying another way. And, you know, I know y'all may live in la-la land, but there are some people that go, well, this is an awful convenient way for me to get access to things I can't have access to.
Yep.
Or maybe I really am confused, but that doesn't mean that I should be allowed to go in this restroom with people of the other biological gender and sex. This is walking around sense. And this guy's saying, which sounds like it's true, if this had just been a heterosexual male that went into the women's bathroom and raped my daughter and then went on to rape another person, there would be a national outcry, rightfully so, that something should have been done.
Yeah.
And I think the same outcry should be happening just because the person's transgender doesn't make this any less horrible.
Yeah, it really is not even part of the story other than how they got access to the girl.
Right, which that's why it's being suppressed. Brad, I remember this in Tennessee. Brad, I knew this too, and this is another time I like this actor.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. So go ahead, Brad in Tennessee.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say was Fess Parker played the father in Old Yeller.
Oh yeah.
I mean, any Frontier show that had a cabin, he had to be in it, didn't he?
Yeah, Disney would cast him in it.
Yeah.
But look what, in all fairness to Adler, so he's Davy Crockett, and what's the thing called? Disney's what? Davy Crockett.
Right.
They don't list him to like fourth in the list of the cast.
Why
How
is
you
that?
got Fess Parker down there sitting at the number 4 slot?
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Paul Hogan or Pat Hogan's a bigger deal than Fess Parker, who's playing the lead character?
So anyway. Or they in alphabetical order or something?
This is at movies.disney.com too, so I don't know why they listed it like that.
It's all right, Adler.
Put it back up there, Adler. Let's see.
Let's admit we like the name Fess Parker better than Pat Hogan.
No, I don't think it's in alphabetical order. It doesn't look like. I don't know.
Seems odd.
It's crazy.
It is but you know, it was a different time then. But who knows? Maybe that's his debut, and it's introducing Fess Parker.
Right. Maybe.
And there's some legendary actor in there named Pat Hogan that none of us know who it was. I'd like to see somebody pull up a picture of Pat Hogan.
That may be the villain.
Yeah.
What if you could have Fess Parker down to the farm?
Gosh, what a day. Is that Pat Hogan? I don't recognize him. I like Fess Parker better. You talking about Fess Parker down at the farm and he and I fish together?
Yes.
Oh.
Is he still around?
Oh.
No.
He's going on in now. Yeah. I have to pull him out of time.
Oh, yeah.
He has to look just like that.
Correct.
You'd have to build it and he can't.
Yeah. Or making it up. I guess it could be anything.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.